Good evening, everybody. I now call to order the regular meeting of the City Council and Housing Authority for Tuesday, July 15th, 2025. Now, let us stand and sing together the national anthem and remain standing, and we'll say the Pledge of Allegiance together. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I think you should give yourself a big round of applause for that great rendition. That may not be the best national anthem, but I think it was the loudest that I've heard. And so there's got to be some points given for that. So let's see. We got to do the roll call. Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll call?
Mr. Mayor, the record will reflect that all council is present. And then moment of solemn expression, please.
Oh, yes, of course. Moment of solemn expression. How could I forget? We need it. Okay. Moment of solemn expression. Now is for time for moment of solemn expression, led by Pastor Matthew Hambrick from Costa Mesa First United Methodist Church. Pastor Matthew, you have the floor.
Mayor, Council, Costa Mesa, thank you for having me. Let us pray. Lord God, you have given us so much. We are given the gift of being able to live in this community. We live in relative safety. We have neighbors who care about us and neighbors we care about. We thank you for the leadership of Costa Mesa, for those elected officials, for the police and firefighters, the government staff that keep things running, and those who live and work here who lead from their homes and businesses every day. We ask that you would show us what is right and how we might live to make this an even better place to be, to provide safety, and for all to thrive. Show us how Costa Mesa might be made more closely like heaven on earth. Make our town a place where opportunities are bountiful and justice rolls like water. In peace we ask these things. Amen.
Amen. Beautiful job. Thank you, Pastor. We did the roll call prematurely. We did it already, though. It's in the record. City Attorney, do you have a closed session report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Direction was given in closed session. No reportable action was taken.
Thank you. Okay, so we have one presentation tonight, but it's a really good and meaningful presentation. Not that the others aren't, by the way. I'm not besmirching the other presentations. They're all meaningful, but this is a big one. Orange County Model Engineers' 40th anniversary. So I'm going to read some remarks, and then we're going to hear from the club president, Josh Gessman. So tonight we have the privilege of recognizing an organization that has brought joy, learning, and unforgettable experiences to families throughout the great city of Costa Mesa and beyond for 4 decades. The Orange County Model Engineers, or OCME, has been operating their iconic miniature trains in Fairview Park for 36 of their 40 years. OCMM, this is going to be hard because of Orange County Museum of Art. I'm going to just say the Model Engineers. The Model Engineer, oh no, I'm going to say OCME. The grammar doesn't work otherwise. OCME is more than just a model train club. It is a hub of education, community service, and nostalgia. From scout groups, homeschoolers, to lifelong rail enthusiasts, they educate and entertain over 40,000 riders every year, all free to the public. Since 2002, they have provided over 615,000 free rides. That is an incredible gift to our community. At this time, I'd like to invite Club President Josh Gessman to the podium to say a few words on behalf of the club. And before he does, I'm going to read from the proclamation that we're going to present. Then we're going to take a photo, and you're all invited to join in the photo. Please come on up. So here's from the proclamation. The Orange County Model Engineers, OCME, was founded in 1985 by a dedicated group of volunteers, some of which are here tonight, and model train enthusiasts with a passion for preserving and sharing the rich history of railroad engineering. OCME was formed as a way to share the love of live steam or large-scale railroading, a popular American pastime that gained momentum following World War II and has since become a regional beacon for live steam hobbyists from across the western United States, with members hailing from as far as Utah and as near as Costa Mesa and its surrounding cities. OCME's volunteers have dedicated countless hours to maintaining tracks, building and operating trains, and providing engaging, family-friendly experiences that spark joy and inspire future generations of engineers, historians, and community leaders. The city of Costa Mesa proudly recognizes and celebrates the 40 years of service, dedication, and impact that OCME has provided to our city and region. Now, therefore, I, John B. Stevens, the mayor of the great city of Costa Mesa, on behalf of the City Council and the residents of Costa Mesa, do hereby recognize the Orange County Model Engineers on the occasion of their 40th anniversary and commend them for their extraordinary contributions to our city's culture, education, and sense of community. President. Mr. President, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, City Council, for this honor tonight. 40 years ago, some crane-crazy guys got together and decided that they wanted to build a railroad. The city had the foresight and the fortitude to steal them away from Huntington Beach and Irvine and put it here in Costa Mesa. And what has transpired over those 40 years is nothing short of a mini Disney story, if you will. The miniature railroad that we operate is over 5 miles of track. As you've mentioned, Mr. Mayor, 615,000 free rides. That's just from 2002. Kenny, who I'll talk about in a second, probably has records that go back further than that. So the number of that is much larger in the grand scheme of things. But birthday parties with the community, scout trips, homeschoolers, the Model T Club, all these clubs come together and enjoy a wonderful slice of Fairview Park. And with the creation of the nature park that now surrounds it, we provide a way for 615,000 people to have a very low impact on a park and enjoy wonderful wildlife, amazing natural features of coastal California. But it wouldn't be without the hard work of our nearly 300 members, as you stated, Mr. Mayor, all the way from Utah, Washington, and then of course Costa Mesa, all the surrounding cities, the counties around as well. What we do at Orange County Model Engineers is love trains. That's absolutely what we do. But we love interacting with the community, and the opportunity that the city has given us over these 40 years is something that we couldn't repay. 40 acres of wonderful, amazing parkland in Costa Mesa is our home. We take care of it, and we hope that we'll be here for 40 more wonderful years. If I could acknowledge just 3 people real quickly. We have 3 founding members who are still with us, so 3 people who originally started our club. If I could have them stand up, Mr. Kenny Matassa, Art Barter, and Mr. Ben Viola, and a round of applause for all of them. And with that, Mr. Mayor, once again, our club says thank you to the city of Costa Mesa for having the foresight to capture us and keep us here in the wonderful Fairview Park. And we look to another 40 more years, I should say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to all of you and everything you do. Now we're going to come, the council's going to come and take a photo. We're going to present the proclamation, and everybody who wants to be in the photo is welcome.
That's right, yeah. Awesome. I hope family enjoyed it. Oh, please.
No, get in. Get in. This is for you, not me.
I didn't even think people were watching. I guess some people did. Oh, yeah, cool. All right. I'm too cool for that now. All right. All right. All right. Yeah. Yeah, Chris. Okay, yeah. Chris. Yeah, you're a Chris. I knew it. I'm just Raina's husband. Yeah, I didn't want to. Yeah, I should do it again. What I'm going to start doing is posting up with an easy up. Saturday. And I'm going to announce where people can. I'm Raina. Nice to meet you. She's the better half. Yeah, she's the better half. Yeah, I just want to see the transparency. Okay, cool. Thanks for the feedback. Bye, guys.
Okay, before we do public comments, I just want to mention that the consent calendar item number 8, that's the one that has to do with Caltrans and the resolution, has been moved from this agenda and will be heard instead on August 5th at our one and only council meeting in the month of August. So if you're here to speak on consent calendar 8, please know that. Okay. Just looking at this. Okay, got it. Okay, so now's the time for public comment. And with public comment, really, we just have a few rules. Number one is you can't speak about any item that's going to come up on our agenda other than consent calendar items. You could speak about consent calendar items. You're limited to 3 minutes if you're speaking in English. If you're speaking in Spanish with the translation, you get 5 minutes. when you have a, when you have a, when you have a, when you have 1 minute left, you're going to hear a tone. You're going to hear a tone, and once you've heard the tone, then you have 1 minute to wrap up. When it gets to the point where you've got to that, whether it's 5 minutes or 3 minutes, your mic will cut off. We'll get everybody commenting from the chambers, and then we'll go to Zoom. So with that, let's start off. Flo, you have the floor.
Flo Martin, 58-year resident of Costa Mesa. I bet there's no one in this room that has lived in fear from day to day about being arrested and put in jail. I have. I spent several months over the years in a communist dictatorship. My family and I lived in fear. My aunt covered the telephone with a blanket because she knew that it was tapped. Someone always stood inside the door to the hallway with ear pressed to the door to make sure no one else was out there listening to our conversation. My grandfather was arrested. He was a major general and a secretary of the interior for the Bulgarian royalist government. When the communist dictatorship took over of Bulgaria, he was arrested and marched down to a firing squad in the downtown area of Sofia, where I was living years later. The soldiers refused to fire. They had been under his command, and they said, Nedev was a good commander. He treated us well. So my grandfather was taken to a concentration camp called Belene in Bulgaria and did slave labor for 3 years until he was so old that they had to release him before he died. His last words were in French to my aunt, Je suis très déçu de ce monde. I'm very disappointed with this world. I learned today at lunch that the fish fry proceeds dropped by some 40%. People are living in fear here in Costa Mesa. They are living in fear of walking out into the street and being arrested. I am asking that our police force go out in full view of the people who are trying to detain our fellow Costa Mesans. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, you have the floor. Excuse me. Excuse me. Order. Hold on 1 second. Order. Let's just let everybody speak. Next up, ma'am, you have the floor.
Yes, it's been a while since I've been in council. I had somewhat given up on politics, but politics haven't given up on me. And especially over these incidents in the last couple months, I've been outraged at what's been happening to our Hispanic community. I was raised in East Los Angeles, as I feel like I have a background of being a Hispanic, loving the Hispanic culture. They are our history, they are our future, and we're not going to do well without them. So we need to protect them. I'm asking that the Costa Mesa Police Department adopt what the LAPD is adopting. And basically what LAPD is, officers are instructed to verify the identification of individuals claiming to be federal immigration agents, especially in a community concerned with impersonators. The verification process includes requesting supervisors if not already present. They ask for the body cams to be on, and they ask for their identification. So at least in this case, if someone does get taken in custody, we're going to know who the person is, if they're reliable, if they're verifiable, if they are a federal employee and not some type of Proud Boy or some other type of pretending to be in this environment. And since we still are under the Constitution of the United States and we still have our equal time to say what we want to say, I am outraged that our government and our things that are going on that are happening the way they are, and that this council several weeks ago had wanted to put up an agenda item to silence the community and not have them have the ability to call in. You should know why they need to call in and have a tie to the council. They have every right to have a Zoom contact, and you shouldn't be questioning this, not at this time and not now. Our Hispanics are our residents. They're your constituents. You have every right and responsibility to protect them. Everything you can do to protect them. Thank you.
You have the floor, sir. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor and council members, my name is Dennis Ockholm. I'm a retired professor and currently serve as an Anglican priest and volunteer for the Red Cross. I've been a resident of Costa Mesa for the past 20 years at 371 Ogle Street, just down from High Time Wine. First, I would like to thank those on the council for being responsive to my concerns in the past, especially matters having to do with some traffic considerations. Thank you. Now I want to encourage the council to pass an ordinance mandating that all law enforcement, including ICE, be prohibited from wearing masks and be required to show proper ID when detaining or arresting individuals. The usual response by the DHS when it is recommended that ICE be precluded from wearing masks is that it puts them and their families at risk. But if that is the case, perhaps all public servants should be wearing masks, since we know that members of Congress and their families, for instance, have been threatened. I know this sounds ludicrous to suggest that members of Congress, or perhaps even members of the City Council or Costa Mesa police officers, wear masks for their safety, but that's the point. Why should those representing ICE get the exception? If for no other reason, for the sake of public safety, masks and lack of ID should not be allowed when apprehending anyone, since the one being apprehended cannot be sure that the apprehension is not actually a kidnapping or a robbery. Except for surgical-type masks necessary for health concerns, Costa Mesa should not tolerate anyone walking our streets masked, and especially when brandishing firearms. Such actions by ICE have put fear in the hearts of Hispanics who have lived in Costa Mesa for years, yet who often are the ones caring for our children as nannies, pushing a stroller down the street, or watching their charges play in Pinkley Park across the street from my house. They are often the ones who tend our lawns and our gardens. And farther north in our state, they are the ones who, under hot sun and back-breaking work, pick the produce we buy and consume as we leisurely stroll through the supermarkets here in Costa Mesa. The list of their services for our benefit could go on. Finally, I encourage everyone here to enjoy some entertainment in their homes tomorrow evening, watching the 2004 movie A Day Without a Mexican. It will increase your appreciation for one group of folks we need to embrace in our community. Thank you.
Order, 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 order. Excuse me. Excuse me. Everybody, I get it. You'll get your 3 minutes. You now have your 3 minutes. This woman has the floor. This woman has the floor. Let her be heard. Please. Please.
I want to thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to speak, and the rest of the council. My name is Nancy Young. I've lived in Costa Mesa since 1986. Here I met and married my husband, and we purchased our home on the west side. I love it here. I'm proud of the diversity of this city and was alarmed to find that ICE was invading just blocks from my house. When ICE raids happen, families are torn apart. We lose contributing members of our community while leaving our residents terrorized and traumatized. This is true for all of Orange County. I feel it necessary to act, so that's why I'm here. Please don't sit idly by. Reach out to your constituents in Costa Mesa and communicate the current threat. Much of the tactics used by ICE are fear-based, targeted on racial profiling, on the color of skin, or of language. You have the platform, the authority, and the responsibility to communicate up the thread to the County Board of Supervisors that ICE has no place in Costa Mesa and, on a larger scale, no place in Orange County. Please also plan to get the word out to your constituents and, more importantly, the residents of Costa Mesa on what measures should be taken to protect themselves if approached and addressed by ICE. I'm very worried because one of our largest events, the Orange County Fair, opens this Friday. I dread to think of ICE showing up and raiding one of our most culturally popular and family-oriented events. I'll close by saying,
Excuse me.
It's easy for all of us to sit idly by and watch this terror unfold, usually on TV. But you, the council, by addressing this situation, you show that you genuinely care about Costa Mesa, its residents, and the community at large. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Excuse me. Let's have some order and let people speak. Everyone will get their 3 minutes, and we're going to listen intently when you're at the podium. Please.
My name is Abril Turner, and I've lived in Costa Mesa for 22 years. I am alarmed by the chaotic and brutish actions of federal immigration and customs enforcement officers across the United States. They have repeatedly stated that they are only targeting undocumented immigrants with criminal records, but they have repeatedly swept in undocumented immigrants without criminal records, documented immigrants without criminal records, and even permanent legal residents and U.S. citizens. These federal officers often appear in unmarked cars, wearing masks that conceal their identity, and without identifying the agency they represent. I ask that Costa Mesa take action to mitigate the overreaches of the federal government within our city. In particular, I ask that the city enact a resolution not to provide assistance to ICE activity in Costa Mesa. I also request that the city enact a resolution requiring that law enforcement must not wear masks obscuring their faces and must identify the agency they represent and their name or badge number before questioning or detaining anyone. The city of Huntington Park recently passed a similar resolution. Our U.S. Senator Alex Padilla has introduced a bill in Congress to require federal agents to identify themselves when conducting enforcement activity. A summary of that bill states, quote, "The concealment of officers' identity limits the ability of individuals to challenge unlawful government acts, stripping citizens of their basic rights to hold government actors accountable. Furthermore, the lack of clear identification goes against federal standards for law enforcement conduct." Under 8 Code of Federal Regulations, Section 287.8 C.2.3, immigration officers are required at the time of arrest to identify themselves as such as soon as it is practical and safe to do so. ICE's practices also reduce accountability and transparency within law enforcement as they prevent the public from reporting and seeking recourse for unlawful practices, end quote. When federal law enforcement officers are dressed up like bank robbers or terrorists, individuals have reason to be unsure whether they're being detained by legitimate law enforcement or being kidnapped, and may unknowingly resist law enforcement efforts out of fear and uncertainty. Notably, in the last month of the first Trump administration, Congress passed the National Defense Authorization Act and included in that a requirement that any federal military and civilian law enforcement personnel involved in responding to a civil disturbance to wear visible identification of themselves and the name of the government entity employing them. And we should do the same for these immigration actions. Thank you.
Ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you. My name's Deborah Marsteller. I'm born and raised Costa Mesa resident, and I want to thank you all for your service to our community. We've always been known as like the best city in Orange County. We have the best police, the best fire, the best council. We're known for our kindness and our generosity. And I want to second, third, and fourth the call for a resolution. We cannot cooperate with masked, unidentified intruders into our community. We don't know who these people are. They're behaving like thugs, and we've got to get rid of them. So whatever we can do as a city, I come from a family of police officers. My uncles were Costa Mesa police officers. I have friends that are on the force now that I love like my own children, and I want to protect them as well as our full community. We're a diverse community. We've always been a diverse community. We're targeting, the feds are targeting our neighbors and our friends, and it's an ugly situation. We can see some of the ugliness here tonight. We don't want this. We don't like it, and it has to stop. Thank you for anything you could do to help us. Thank you.
Excuse me. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and community members. My name is Candace, and I am a resident of Costa Mesa and have been since I started attending school at Vanguard University here in 1998. After graduating with my bachelor's in sociology from Vanguard, I went and received my master's degree in social work from Cal State Long Beach and became a licensed clinical social worker and now work at an Orange County hospital. Over the years, I have been involved in multiple community organizations locally in the city that work to support immigrants and their families. As a social worker, I am taught to advocate, support, and I am here tonight for those that don't have a voice to ask this council to take a strong, principled stand in protecting the rights and safety of all members of our community, especially immigrants who call Costa Mesa home. First and foremost, I urge you to ensure that there is no collaboration between Costa Mesa PD and Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Local law enforcement should not be used to enforce federal immigration policy. Cooperation with ICE erodes trust between our police and the community, and it puts people at risk simply for living their lives. Second, we need to require all ICE and federal agents to identify themselves clearly and show identification when operating in Costa Mesa. They should not be permitted to wear masks or obscure their identities while conducting enforcement actions in our neighborhoods. Transparency is non-negotiable in a free society. Third, I strongly urge the city to implement a policy to notify the public in advance and any planned ICE actions. Our community has the right to be informed, to prepare, and to respond. Secrecy puts people in harm's way. Finally, I ask the council to allocate support for legal defense funds, rapid response teams, and mutual aid networks to help residents who may be targeted by ICE. No one should face deportation and detention alone. Costa Mesa can and should be a model of how local governments protect their residents from unjust federal overreach. I urge you to take action and stand on the side of justice, transparency, and human dignity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Excuse me. Everybody, excuse me. Ma'am, you have the floor.
A great number of individuals of different backgrounds have came to this land desperately chasing the concept of the American dream in hopes they would receive individual opportunities, prosperity, freedom, and a better life for their children. Currently, the Trump administration is taking taxpayer money and repurposing it to terrorize and implement fear into our communities. Our American history demonstrates that mass deportations are nothing new to this country. Our history is built upon the elimination, displacement, and enslavement of other human lives. While the wealthy get to live their comfortable lifestyle, the working class is living in a state of distress and survival. Men, women, and children are being forcibly taken from their homes, job sites, school campuses, immigration courts, and other public spaces, while parents are being abducted by masked agents who won't identify themselves. Children and beloved pets are left behind to fend for themselves. For many people Today might be the last day they sit down at the dinner table with their loved ones. We have the audacity to call ourselves a country that upholds human rights and prides itself in its freedom, but that's not what I see today. Humans are being labeled illegal aliens so our government can justify the inhumane and cruel treatment these people are enduring. Humans are being shackled by their hands and feet and are being crammed into small, unsanitary spaces that are already at 100% max capacity. Detainees are also being denied of basic human needs such as access to food and water, hygiene products, and most importantly, medical care. In result of this neglect, people are dying in the hands of ICE. It doesn't matter whether or not a person was born on U.S. soil. As a civilization, we cannot continue to allow these self-centered, power-hungry people to carry on with their sick, twisted fantasies. And I want to say a quote by Martin Luther King. I believe that what self-centered men have torn down, other centered men can build up. I still believe that we shall overcome. This faith can give us courage to face the uncertainties of the future. It will give our tired feet new strength as we continue our forward stride towards the city of freedom. When our days become dreary, our low hovering clouds, and our nights become darker than 1,000 midnights, we will know we are living in the creative turmoil of a genuine civilization struggling to become born.
Thank you. Excuse me. Order. Cynthia, you have the floor.
Buenas noches. Me llamo Cynthia McDonald y yo vivo en Costa Mesa. Good evening, Cynthia McDonald, Costa Mesa resident. Congratulations to the model engineers and for their many years of service to the community. I'm going to give you a little break here from all the ICE stuff. I'm going to start with a quote. California's Brown Act, a key piece of legislation promoting transparency and accountability in local government, plays a crucial role in ensuring that the actions and deliberations of public bodies are open and accessible to the public. The source of the quote is the California Bar Association. The Brown Act lays out specific requirements for local governmental bodies such as open meetings. All meetings of the legislative body must be open and public, and with some exceptions for closed session. Agenda requirements. Public notice and specific agenda must be provided at least 72 hours before regular meetings and 24 hours before special meetings. Public participation. The public must have an opportunity to comment on agenda items before and during the meeting. Closed sessions. The Act allows closed sessions for certain matters, such as personnel issues or legal matters, but requires disclosure of any action taken. It's important to note that the government code prescribes what the agenda item description should include for different types of items. When I saw Ms. Farrell Harrison's petition, and I'm not going to speak to the veracity of her verified petition, I wasn't surprised at the allegation of Brown Act violations, as I've seen many such violations by a prior council and this council. Ms. Harbala tries to rein you in occasionally, but she doesn't stop you all the time. Ms. Farrell Harrison makes allegations about Mr. Stevens that were or are the subject of a written complaint and an investigation. I request that the city attorney turn over any materials associated with that investigation to the district attorney's office, as the people of Costa Mesa need an independent authority to evaluate her complaint and the serious allegations contained in it. I also request those materials be made available to the public if possible. Now on ICE. Yeah, you need to adopt a resolution banning them. Don't provide any assistance. Law enforcement cannot wear a mask. They must identify themselves. Request the police to be at all activities. Protect our people. Thank you.
Excuse me, sir. You have the floor, sir. Everybody calm down. This gentleman has the floor. You have the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members, people of Costa Mesa and others. I realize that you all need to be careful when it comes to making decisions on how you might protect this community from ICE tactics. I understand how you would want to keep out of the crosshairs of this federal administration that is determined to bring hardship to anyone that they would consider to be in their way. I've been to the courthouse in Santa Ana, watching people go in to get their immigration papers updated. I've seen them be taken out the back door into unmarked SUVs.
Excuse me. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I do urge you to protect the people of our community from enforcement tactics that result in people disappearing, that result in denial of due process, and from tearing families apart. I just like to close in saying, you know, as citizens, all of us, we must ensure that our laws and the enforcement of those laws reflect highest laws of dignity, respect, and freedom. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Excuse me, sir. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who is sitting and standing behind me today for showing up for the residents that are being terrorized by ICE and the current administration. I am so proud of you. Thank you for being here. I'm not a resident of Costa Mesa, but I am part of the community. I shop here, I eat here, I go to the gym here. I started my first professional job in this very building on the 4th floor. Hi, Raja. Costa Mesa has always been one of my favorite cities. And most importantly, I have friends and family here. So it hurts very deeply to see any of them living in fear. Fear because ICE is operating freely in this city. Fear because masked and unidentified men are detaining people in unmarked vehicles. Fear because some families no longer feel safe leaving their homes. Parents are sending their kids to get groceries, to get their water, to go to the laundromat. And they're scared not because of their immigration status, they're scared because of the color of their skin. As city leaders, you have the responsibility to protect your residents, not only from crime, but from unjust enforcement, racial profiling, and intimidation. You don't get to say your hands are tied. You don't get to say this isn't your jurisdiction. You can act, and other cities already have. Santa Ana passed resolutions to restrict ICE activity, demand agent identification, and fund legal defense. Huntington Park passed ordinances and resolutions declaring itself a sanctuary city and requires ICE agents to show badges and drive marked vehicles. Garden Grove has begun drafting a public notification policy. Costa Mesa can do more than just follow. You can lead. You can pass a resolution that says ICE agents must identify themselves. You can demand public notification of enforcement. You can protect your residents by allocating emergency funds for legal aid and community support. A mass movement is unfolding across Orange County. The people are coming city by city. Before it was Santa Ana, last week it was Garden Grove, today is Anaheim and Costa Mesa, next week is Orange. There are 34 cities in Orange County. This is your opportunity to meet this moment with compassion and courage and leadership. Be at the forefront of change in California. Take action now to protect and help your immigrant community. Show us you care. Gonna be honest, I was really scared to come here tonight to speak. It makes me nervous, but these guys right here, they give me courage.
Thank you. Excuse me. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. My name is Sean Drexler. I grew up in Costa Mesa and I'm a resident of the city. And I'm also here tonight because ICE agents are indeed invading our communities and terrorizing them by breaking them apart. I volunteer with the Orange County Rapid Response Network, and I see where ICE shows up and abducts people. And as one of the other speakers said, this is an attack on the working class. They're not arresting bosses at these businesses for wage theft, they're targeting the workers. When we ask these masked agents to identify themselves for their name or badge numbers, they refuse to give that. So really, as others have said, we don't know who's stealing our community members away. So I call on this council to require that any law enforcement operating in our city must clearly be identified. No masks, no anonymity, just like Costa Mesa PD does. You know, if you ask Costa Mesa PD officer, you know, what's your name, what's your badge number, they tell you, you know. So any federal agents operating in the city should be doing the same. And if they're doing their jobs legally, there's no reason to hide. But as we see every day, ICE is breaking protocol all over the place. As others have said, the city of Huntington Park passed a similar measure, and I asked City Council to pass such a measure. In adherence to SB 54, we also need clear policy that there is to be no communication, coordination, collaboration, et cetera, with federal immigration agents. Yeah, people are afraid to call the police when they have real problems that need help, and like that's not good for our community safety. So trust is something that needs to be restored clearly. And I think the council is interested in doing that, and that's something I'm grateful for. Lastly, I'm urging the city to implement a policy requiring advance public notice and council oversight of any ICE activity in Costa Mesa. If ICE is coming into our neighborhoods, we have a right to know. Other cities have set this standard, and we deserve the same. And also implementing a legal defense fund would be just an incredible thing, you know, for the families in our city and our communities. So thank you to the city council members who have shown leadership on this. You have my support, and I strongly encourage the rest of you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. You okay? Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Excuse me. Mr. Humphrey, you have the floor.
Good evening, Council. Jay Humphrey, Costa Mesa resident. First, I got to tell you that it bothers me that there are people that have no consideration for the Constitution of this country, that will shout over people and interrupt their ability to express their own feelings. And I find it absolutely terrible that that is in any way, shape, or form thought to be American, because it is certainly not in any way. Therefore, from that point, I'll talk what I was going to talk about. You all know that I'm a very strong advocate of good governance. You have been elected, and the staff has been hired to basically provide good governance to the people of Costa Mesa. Recently, information has been made public that implies that governance has run afoul and has had some negative impacts. The public deserves a full and timely resolution of the issues involved. It serves no good to be left with only speculation, innuendo, and partial truths to support some individual's desired outcome. It should never find a rug to hide under. I need not remind you, the people elected you to make prudent and sensical decisions on their behalf. Prove it tonight, tomorrow, and the next few days by resolving those issues in an open and honest fashion to assure the people of Costa Mesa that they will continue to benefit from the good governance they voted for. Please, keep the community at the top of your list for all's sake. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ice. Thank you, Ice.
Excuse me, excuse me. Excuse me, hold on. Let's listen to what this gentleman has to say. You have the floor.
Buen día, me llamo Evan y soy residente de Costa Mesa. Pedimos que la policía de Costa Mesa no trabaje junto con ICE y que oficiales locales notifican a la gente un mínimo de un día antes que un movimiento empieza. Queremos que sea prohibido que los oficiales de ICE vayan a sacar una forma de identificación, ni que traen máscara y que andan en carros sin marcas y con placas regulares. No es justo que esconden la identidad en las calles. Gracias.
Yeah, all right.
Thanks. Hold on. Hold on. Sir, it's your turn. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Nicholas Andrew Torres. I'm here to speak.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Everybody. No. Hold on. He's got his 3 minutes. Let's give him his 3 minutes.
Can I restart my time?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you. Restart my time. Thank you.
Go ahead.
So,
Please.
in the United States, I know most of you are probably from Mexico where you don't have the First Amendment, but that's something we have here where we have the right to freedom of speech. And I just wanted to say something too. It's true, you guys don't have a First Amendment, you don't have respect for civil liberties or rights, but that's, okay, I'm speaking, thank you. So anyways, the point I'd like to make here is a couple things. One, these people here are, passionately talking about ICE agents coming into their communities and you don't know their identities. Well, you know who we really don't know the identities of? Any of the illegal aliens who've been invading our country for the past 60 years. Yeah, how about when you see the farm worker, is that going to be like the same farm worker that murdered Molly Tibbetts? Yeah, how do you know when the Honduran fruit seller is out there, how do you know he didn't rape one of the many women who came up here? According to the Univision study done in 2015, 80% of women who come to this country are trafficked and raped. Think about that. How do we know they're not one of those rapists? How do we know they're not one of those rapists?
Excuse me.
So that's the first
Let him
thing.
talk.
That's the first thing. I think ICE should be allowed to act with impunity. I think they should go to every Home Depot. I think they should go to every school, every quinceañera, and build the wall and deport every single one of these guys, because they don't make our country great. They make it worse. They bring it down. They use public services, and Americans are sick and tired of it. We're sick and tired of it in our country. So let me say this too. We want to, they say you want to know the identities of these ICE agents. We don't know any of the identities of these murderers coming into our country, these rapists. Let me also say this too. This same city council in Costa Mesa, if you vote to make these people take their masks off, this was the same city that was arresting people for refusing to wear masks during COVID. So now what is it? Now what is it? When we want to enforce the law and take our country back, you want to put the men in danger? Is that what you want to do? No. And let me mention this. Let me end on this. Let me end on this. Let me end on this.
Let's hear it.
Let me end on this. Let me end on this.
Excuse me, let's hear the man.
Let me say this. People are out here quoting Martin Luther King, who was a plagiarist and a rapist. They're out here saying other things. I'm gonna give a quote. I'm gonna give a quote from John Jay, who signed the Treaty of Paris in our American Revolution, and from Federalist Number 2. With equal pleasure, I have as taken often notice that Providence has been blessed to give this country to one united people, a people descended from the same ancestors, speaking the same language, professing the same religion, attached to the same principles of government, very similar in their manners and customs, and who, by their joint councils, arms, and efforts, fighting side by side throughout a long and bloody war.
That's your 3 minutes. That's your 3 minutes, sir. That's your 3 minutes. That's your 3 minutes. That's your 3 minutes. Order. Hey, everybody. Hey! We're gonna adjourn. We're gonna take a break. You take care of these, and we'll come back. Hey, 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 quiet, quiet. We're back, hey, listen, we're back on the record, okay? We're back on the record. If there's any further disturbances, people are going to be asked to leave, okay? So please, please, this is a place where we respect the First Amendment, we respect everybody's opportunity to speak. Everybody. Okay? Let's give everybody an opportunity to speak. We have PD here. If there's more disturbances, at my order, people are going to have to leave. I don't want to do that. I don't want to make that order, but I'm prepared to do it. Is everybody clear? Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you. My name is Gary Rincon, and I live just down the street from our city hall. And
Excuse me. You have the floor.
And I've been a resident of Costa Mesa for the past 5 years. I've also lived in Orange County my entire life. Since moving to Costa Mesa, this is the first time that I've been concerned about the safety of my fellow Costa Mesans. I'm a Mexican-American that has lived in Orange County my entire life. My family members have lived in Orange County their entire lives, and Costa Mesa specifically for decades, some of which my family members are undocumented. If there's really any unknown people that are here, then how are ICE actually finding these people? They have TIN numbers, they pay taxes, they work, they go to school. I'm outraged with the federal government's decision to implement a Gestapo-esque organization like ICE on our community members. Some of my own family members and friends that are hardworking, loving, and kind are faced with overt bigotry in Costa Mesa, which has a diverse community. I would like to echo what my community has been imploring the city to do, and that is adopt a resolution to not cooperate with ICE, require ICE not wear masks, require ICE provide ID, and make the community of Costa Mesa aware of any ICE activity in our city. How else will we deal with these fascists that come into our neighborhoods without identification in unmarked vehicles, wearing masks and kidnapping people? Are these the fascists, the people that represent the morals of our community? This organization is terrorizing our citizens, and we need immediate action. We must defend our city, defend our friends, defend our family members and loved ones. This requires that the city of Costa Mesa defend our immigrant and undocumented population against ICE, an organization hell-bent on terrorizing our community. We will not be deterred from letting ICE roam free and disrupting our safe lives here in Costa Mesa, and will not live in fear of fascism and racism. Thank you.
Thank you. Stop! You want to stay here to the end. Don't disturb the meeting. You have the floor, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having us. I'm not going to read from any notes like many of these people here. I don't know if you're aware, but a website was set up by the Party for Socialism and Liberation and some communist scum like Comrade Drexler over there. Lots of communists have been coming here, and don't let their tears, their crocodile tears, their appeals to American values, the Constitution, or rule of law trick you. These are the same communist scum that rioted in LA mere weeks ago, and they are still fighting American federal law enforcement and U.S. Marines as we speak. These people do not care about due process. They don't care about the rule of law. Otherwise, why would they be supporting the invasion of our country? And do not forget who you represent. You represent the citizens who elected you and the citizens who did not, but citizens either way. These people want nothing less than the destruction of these United States and our national identity. And know this, the American people, we voted for Donald Trump in 2016. My first experience with politics was 2015. Donald Trump had a rally here in Costa Mesa, and I remember the anarchy. I remember seeing a man with blood sheeting down his face, and that image still sticks with me today because that is what these people want, and that is what these leftist trash will do if they don't get their way. But know this, the American people are not going to let our beloved home be taken from us by this trash. So will you stand with us? Will you stand with the American people? Will you stand with ICE and Donald Trump, who has been given a clear and unanimous mandate by the American people? Stand with us and stand with America. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Don't. Sir! Yes.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Natalie Foley. I've been a Costa Mesa resident for 11 years. I am deeply disturbed by what ICE has been doing. They have been terrorizing communities, acting indiscriminately, lawlessly, and without accountability. People who have committed no crimes are being taken away to concentration camps where, let's be clear, people are going to die. Florida summer with no AC in a flood zone, absolutely people are going to die. And we should be ashamed at what's happening. There are neighborhoods that are ghost towns because people are afraid to leave their homes. And this is what everyone fears most. The federal government sending armed agents terrorizing everyday people, arresting without cause and disappearing friends, family members, and neighbors. And it's happening before our eyes. This is wrong. And what I want from my elected representatives is for you to please do everything in your power to stop it. Thank you.
Excuse me. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Yes. Excuse me. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Guys, yes.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens and council members. I'm a Costa Mesa resident, voter, mother, and deeply concerned community member. I'm here tonight because the horrifying ramp-up of ICE raids and mass deportations happening across the country, specifically targeting California communities. We are witnessing in real time people being racially profiled indiscriminately, detained without due process, and torn from their families and homes. Families are being ripped apart and separated. Their whereabouts are often unknown. Children are being torn from foster care homes and locked in cages in detention centers. The profiling is so rampant and unjust that legal residents and U.S. citizens are rounded up as well. Many are held indefinitely, some in undisclosed locations, in warehouses, basements, under inhumane conditions. This is happening in our neighborhoods and to our families, and it is terrifying. As a mother, I live with a new fear, and one that follows my son, our friends, extended family, every time they step outside. For those with darker skin, the world feels less safe.
Excuse me. Can you remove the gentleman in the class?
Racial profiling has become disturbingly routine, and simply looking a certain way now carries a risk that should not exist.
Ma'am, we'll pause your time. We'll pause your time. We're going to pause your time. Okay? Everybody chill. Next. Please go. Please go.
Mayor Stevens and council members, I applaud the measures that have already been taken. And Mayor Stevens, I appreciate your June statement reaffirming the city's commitment to protecting all residents. But respectfully, that's not enough. Our community is still at risk, and the fear is very real. We need action, and I urge this council to take the following steps. Use the citywide alert system to notify the public of ICE activity in real time and when possible in advance. Require ICE agents and bounty hunters in Costa Mesa to wear visible ID and remain unmasked. Enforce a strict policy that CMPD will not collaborate with ICE under any circumstances. Launch free immigration legal clinics to support affected families. Create a legal defense and mutual aid fund for rent, food, healthcare, and mental health services. Distribute Know Your Rights or red cards at city facilities and on the city website. Denounce racial profiling and reaffirm Costa Mesa's protection of all residents regardless of immigration status. This is about justice, dignity, and the safety of our community, and it's about protecting our neighbors, friends, and everyone who calls Costa Mesa home. Please act boldly and act now. Thank you.
Thank you. Please. Please, please. Please, you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council members, Mr. Mayor. I came here tonight to speak about something else, but I know that when I go home tonight, I'm going to be talking to my sons about decorum and activism, as well as McCarthyism and other racism things that they've heard tonight. So thank you for the opportunity to teach them to be upright citizens in our community, as I'll continue to do. My name is Darla. My family and I live on the west side. I'd rather not say in this present company. But on our block, we adopted the residential parking permit program in the past, and it has been removed. Currently, parking intrusions are well over 70% by non-block members. My husband and I bought our home in 2016 when our avenue on the west side had residential parking permit program. When we had family over, we would handwrite temporary 24-hour passes for them to visit. Since COVID, since 2020, the permit use is no longer in effect, something our residents did not vote on. As a result, our avenue is a congested block full of cars from the church across the street, the condos and the apartment buildings, Wilson. I can provide addresses of these as well as the block later when I feel more safe. It is not uncommon for a car to be parked in one street spot for 5 to 6 days. Oftentimes, non-resident parkers will litter our street and gardens with trash. Most recently, I witnessed a man from the 2253 apartment complex park in a way that prevented anyone else from parking in a small stretch of curb in front of my house. Later, he came back with a second car and swapped it out, parking again in a way that it prevented others from parking, essentially saving himself another spot for later. Then he came with a third car and moved in a fourth car across the street so that he could park his third car. So it's like he's valeting all these cars from off the block, on our block, so that we can't park on our block. This is just a small glimpse of the daily happenings. In 2024, a survey was sent to our residents, and our community voted largely in favor of readopting and implementing the residential parking permit. However, residents couldn't afford the fee, so the program was not implemented. I'm hoping that together we can find a way as a community to make sure that our blocks feel safe and the people that are parking on them are people that are not littering and that aren't parking there for extended times. Thank you for your time tonight, and thank you to everybody who is speaking up bravely. I support you.
Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give her the floor. Let's give her the floor. Go.
Hello, I am a lifelong resident of Costa Mesa. I have been doing outreach in the community since March. I've been passing out Know Your Rights material, getting to know the residents and business owners. I have also participated in various relief efforts here in Costa Mesa. This work, along with my direct connection to the community, has given me insight into what's happening in the immigrant and Latino community in the city. The people are scared. They're losing business and income. This is bad for everyone, not just for Latinos. It's bad for white people, too. People are afraid to go to work or enjoy a day in the park. They're having difficulties making ends meet. They are heartbroken by what they are seeing and experiencing. At the same time, community members are stepping up. They're forming their own outreach and support teams. They're fundraising. They are attending meetings held by various organizations and trying to figure out how they can do more to ensure the safety of our community members. We have people in the city who have become politically activated, and they're looking for answers. Whatever the city council is willing or capable of doing, we have to keep coming together because we know that sanctuary city status isn't going to be enough. Ensuring CMPD doesn't work with ICE won't be enough. 130 billion of our tax dollars have been given to fund this deportation machine.
Excuse me.
We need to grasp
Don't
the enormity
interrupt.
of that. A mass movement and mass organization is what's going to be necessary to fight back against this. And that starts on a small scale by organizing in our own neighborhoods and cities. So I ask the council to do everything in their power to support and protect Costa Mesa residents. And I ask Costa Mesa residents to keep building and organizing for a better future where no child is separated from their parents, where no worker is sent to a concentration camp or for in prison, where our tax dollars are used for health care, education, infrastructure, job creation, housing, and food instead of endless wars, deportation, and tax breaks for billionaires. And I want to point out, there are like 10 Nazis here, 10 Nazi boys, 1 Nazi lady. Half of them are wearing sunglasses, and if you try to look them in the eye, most of them will look away. Only 3 of them have the guts to make a public comment. They are cowards, and we outnumber them, not only in this room, but nationwide, and that is why we will win. A better world is possible, and we're going to fight for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on. Order, 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 order. Yes. You have the floor.
Buenas noches o buenas tardes a todos los que están aquí
Excuse me.
presentes.
Excuse me. Translator?
Sí, aquí está.
Okay, good. So let's put 5 minutes on.
No está aquí.
It's
todavía.
okay. Just wait till we get it squared away. I'll tell you when. Okay, we're good. Go ahead.
Buenas noches a todos. Me llamo Patricia Aburto Calderilla. Estoy aquí porque estamos aterrorizados, como todos se los han dicho. Yo no temo por mí. A mí no me importa si me quieren levantar y tirar en el océano como lo están haciendo, porque lo están haciendo, a mí no me importa. Yo venía antes aquí a quejarme del ruido que hacía la cantina que está enfrente de la Bay. Siempre he venido a hacer eso. Lo dejamos así porque parece que a la ciudad nunca le importó. Tiene más de 2 años y siguen igual. Ahora temo porque en el caminar sobre la Bay, en el hotel que está atrás de la Arco, el Cozy Inn, para que todos sepan, porque se está grabando, ahí están hospedados los cazarrecompensas. A nadie le importa. Tengo una hija que por su color de piel está así de que la puedan levantar. A mí me aterroriza mi familia. A mí, como les dije, no me importa que me levanten. Es mi hija, son los estudiantes porque van a regresar a la escuela. Si esto usted no lo para, va a seguir. Mis hijos, yo les dije, defiéndanse con uñas y dientes, porque no se vale que venga gente de fuera o gente local a robarse a la gente, porque eso es lo que están haciendo, aterrorizando, independientemente si es ICE o no. Sabemos que trabajan en conjuntos todas las agencias. Nada más quiero que se pongan ustedes a pensar qué va a pasar cuando los estudiantes regresen a las escuelas. ¿Ustedes creen que nuestra comunidad latina va a regresar a sus hijos a las escuelas? Yo creo que no. Todas las madres viven aterrorizadas y yo me cuento como una de ellas, a pesar de que soy mexicoamericana, con mucho orgullo, se los digo. Creo que ustedes deben de ayudar. Quieren que les ceda el paso allá porque todavía tengo más para decir.
Hi, good evening. One second, we're not done. We're not done.
Excuse me, I want to hear the translation.
We're not done yet, thank you. Good afternoon, my name is Patricia Aburto Calderilla, and we're all here because as you can see, as everyone has said, we are terrorized. I'm not afraid of being picked up and dumped like everybody else has been doing. I don't care about that. I used to come here and complain about the noise on a bar on Bay, but we stopped coming to the city because it seemed like the city didn't care, and that's been over 2 years. I'm scared of walking around on Bay because of the hotel behind Arco. There's where the bounty hounders are at. And I'm scared because of my daughter. I have a daughter whose skin color puts her in danger of being picked up. I'm scared. I fear for my family. I don't care about myself, like I said, but I have a daughter and students who are going to go back to school soon. If you don't put a stop to this, this is going to continue. And I've told my kids to fight tooth and nail to defend themselves. This isn't fair. Coming and kidnapping people is not fair because that's exactly what's happening here. We're living terrorized here by ICE, and it doesn't matter who they are because we know that all agencies are working together on this. So I just want you all to think about this. What are the students going to do? They're going to need to go back to school. And Latino students and parents are not going to be sending their schools back, so you need to think about that. Moms are scared. And I'm very proud, even though I am Mexican American, I'm proud, but you should do something.
Excuse me. Go ahead, you still have time.
Quiero agradecer a todas las personas que nos apoyan sin importar su apariencia o su nacionalidad. Simplemente que ustedes están con nosotros y se los agradecemos porque ustedes bien saben a las personas que están levantando, personas trabajadoras, ya lo dijeron aquí. Y a ustedes, miembros del concilio que hablan español y que saben a lo que me refiero. Les quiero leer una frase, ¿ok? Ustedes fueron a celebrar el 3 de julio por el 4 de julio. ¿Qué celebran? Toda la gente está en jaulas. ¿Qué celebraron? Usted especialmente, cónsul Manuel Chávez. Quiero, no sé si sepa esta frase, prefiero morir de pie que vivir de rodillas. ¿Ok? Pónganse mucho esa frase en la cabeza, porque como nosotros como hispanos tenemos que juntarnos, y más los mexicanos. Soy mexicoamericana y creo que usted también, y así es que por favor, haga conciencia en lo que hizo esta vez pasada, porque no todos compartimos lo mismo que usted.
Thank you. Next up.
I just need to interpret that.
No. Nope. Yes. Yes. Oh, hold on one second, sir. There you go.
Hi, my name is Mark A. Torres. I'm not a resident of Costa Mesa. I've had family members who've lived here in the past for many years. I do currently reside in South County in Laguna Hills, California. And I came up here today because I wanted to speak in support of law enforcement generally, and also more importantly about our federal officers who are currently being attacked at every onset because they are trying to do their job of removing illegal aliens from our country, illegal immigrants. The narrative that everyone wants to push regarding, hey, people are just out here doing their job, people are living in these communities, they're part of our community. No, they're not. They're not a part of our community, they're stealing from our community. They're stealing jobs if they're here illegally. They're stealing from the grocers because they don't participate in the American grocery stores. They go to the Mexican grocery stores, or they go to the.
Excuse me.
Hold on.
Excuse me.
Or
Excuse
they
me.
go to
Excuse
the
me.
Indian grocery stores.
Let
or
him
they
be
go
heard.
to the Asian grocery stores. When I grew up, I was born in 1958. I've seen every racial thing occur in this country. And the only people that I see keep bending over are the white people. The white people are the ones that keep having to take the brunt of everything for everyone. And so I ask you this, white privilege, is that being judged by the color of your skin? Yeah. White privilege, is that being judged by the color of your skin?
Excuse me, sir. Focused on us.
White privilege, is that being judged by the color of your skin? When somebody tells me that I have white privilege, really? I don't have white privilege. Yeah, I am white. My DNA is 40% white, so I'm white. Yeah, I am, so shut up. So anyway, back to my point here is that illegal aliens, I don't care what the narrative is that they're out here working in our communities. My grandfather is from Lebanon. He came here in 1870.
Stop.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
My grandfather came here in 1870, and when I was going to college, I was told to write a paper about that. So I went to go ask my grandfather where he came from, and here's what he told me. He said, my parents came over from Beirut, Lebanon, and we went to Ellis Island. Once we were processed through Ellis Island, we had to go back to Beirut, Lebanon, and sell all of our belongings and pledge our allegiance to our new country, America. And my grandpa never, ever once spoke any foreign language. He denounced that he came from anywhere but America.
So
Sir, have a seat. We got to give the floor to somebody else. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Good evening, you guys. It's so nice to be here. This is my first time coming to a City Hall meeting. I did not plan on speaking, but as somebody that has been a longtime resident in Costa Mesa, I've lived here for 25 years. I've chosen to raise all of my 5 kids here. My family goes back here till 1940.
My heritage goes back to before the revolution. And I urge you guys to take steps here, because I would hope that as any educated person can see where this continues and goes, and we need to take a stand, because I myself am terrified, and I am not much of color. I am several generations down, like him, but still, this is terrifying. It's absolutely unacceptable. In Costa Mesa, I was just at the 4th of July event at the fairgrounds, and one of the things that was mentioned about how Costa Mesa is one of the best cities in the county and in the state. And really, I believe so. And I really urge you guys to stand up to everything that's going on, as scary as it may be. We have elected you guys, and we have put you guys in a place where you can actually make changes. And we really need it for my kids, for someday my grandkids, for everybody that lives here. Please, I urge you, do something. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Commissioner, you have the floor. You have the floor, Commissioner.
Thank you. So I've lived in Costa Mesa for 40 years, and I've seen a lot of racism come from previous councils, whether it was shutting down the job center, trying to make it illegal to play soccer in the parks, trying to turn our police into immigration officers. And I just want to say this council has a chance to lighten that stain on our city. During the 2020 protests and riots, we got notices on our phone over no, but it was the curfew, sorry. We got notice of curfew on our phone in the city. You could do that when there is confirmed immigration raids so that people know when they have to stay home. I work at a school, and right now during summer school, we have kids being dropped off crying because they're scared they're not gonna see their parents again. And we have kids that have dropped out because their parents are scared to send them. I had a party for my son's graduation, and 3 families canceled on me because they were scared to drive 2 cities over to the party. One of my friends has a green card, working so close to being a citizen, she's scared to leave her house or even comment online. And I do want to end with saying, DHS has confirmed that there have been deported and detained American citizens. So I hope that what everyone voted for happens to them.
Okay. Hold on. Everybody. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, you have the floor.
I'm 70% white, and I don't stand for any of this Nazi crap at all. It says in God we trust behind you. What does it say on God's wall? That we treat each other like garbage and put each other in cages and like animals and dogs? We're humans. We're all God's children. I wish you would all remember that. And at what point in world history did Germany become Nazi Germany? And at what point is this going to happen to us if you guys who are elected don't stand up for us? We beg you. This is not right. This is very, very wrong. And someone has to really acknowledge it. We have to stand up, or this is really going to end badly. We're going to be part of history just like Nazis and then regret it. It's ridiculous.
Thank you. Excuse me, everybody. Yes. Excuse me. Yes.
All right. Last time I checked, the Nazis didn't deport people, but it boils down to this. This country, this state is full. I drove down the 405 a couple weeks ago while they were doing the immigration raids, and it felt amazing to be able to cross the city in under 2 hours. There's too many people here, and some people said, "You will not replace us," and I'm glad that they said that, because there was a retort. We are replacing you. That's what this is about. And, you know, I see on the other side of the room, it's a bunch of white people who, I mean, these geezers, I hope that the 8% appreciation rate on your house was worth it. I don't know a single young person in this state who wants to stay here. We have an influx of immigration and our population is exploding despite one of the greatest exoduses out of the state in American history. And it's because prices are way too high. Foreigners are buying up all the houses and we can't afford, young people can't afford a house. And so, you know, these white geezers, I hope it was worth it to feel good inside and nice and fuzzy. Your kids will never own a house. They'll be a minority in their own country, and that's no way to live.
Excuse me. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Diane Russell, and I just wanted to stand up and say we need to make sure that in our community, hate and racism do not take hold. It's absolutely imperative that you do everything that you can, whether it be through new...
Excuse me. Stop her time. Diane, just wait. Wait till the disturbance is over. Stop, everybody. Let's give our attention to Diane. 2 minutes? Okay. Thank you, everybody. All right, Diane, you have the floor.
Sure, thank you. I'm going to make it short. You've heard a lot of very meaningful stories tonight about the fear that's in the community. Many of my friends who are afraid. I'm starting to feel a little afraid when people masked people in unmarked cars can leap out and grab anybody they want, then none of us are safe. And so through statute or policy, whatever you can do to make sure that we're safe, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Yes, ma'am, you've got the floor.
Good evening, Council. My name is Persephone Kulik. I'm here today to speak on the subject of ICE. Honestly, I didn't plan on talking, but after seeing how many people were spreading hate here, it felt like I needed to talk. I feel like it's important to spread love, and a lot of people are here because they love their friends, they love their family, they love their community, and they want to keep them safe by having ICE officers share their badge numbers and have no masks so that you can tell who it is who's coming to you. And there are other people who are spreading hate, saying that people deserve to be deported for simply existing and being a different skin color. As someone who is clearly very white, I am not at risk here, but I know people who have had friends and family deported not because they weren't citizens, but because they were Hispanic. And honestly, it's scary. I'm freshly 18, so I'm just now stepping into this whole pool of getting to vote, and it's really scary seeing that my rights are like kind of being taken away. I already know that I might not be able to get an abortion when I'm older. That's terrifying, not because I want to be like getting an abortion, but because I might get stuck with a child that I can't take care of. And it's just scary to see that there are people spreading hate here for no reason at all when you could be spreading love instead. So I just wanted to come up here and say I think people should ICE agents should have to identify themselves and they should have to be unmasked because there's no reason people should be scared, period, if they're a citizen. There are people who won't leave their houses, who are getting groceries brought to them. I know people who are getting groceries brought to them, and they're citizens too. And they're scared to step outside. That's not the kind of world I want to live in. So thank you for listening. I hope you guys have a wonderful day, and goodbye.
Yes, sir.
Hi, thank you. My name is Evan Hernandez. I'm actually a former student of Vanguard University, and last semester I graduated with a Bachelor of Science in Engineering Physics, and I've always walked by City Hall, but I've never really imagined speaking here. But It's times like today that require all of us to speak and require that the City Council act with courage and not cowardice. We demand that the city go back on its cruel decision in 2018 to actively oppose SB 24 in 2018 and to follow California's sanctuary state laws. We demand, as citizens of Costa Mesa, a legal defense and fund for immigrants targeted illegally by ICE. We want designated schools, libraries, hospitals, and places of worship as ICE-free zones and prohibit ICE arrests in these locations without prior judicial approval, just like the LA Unified School District. We want to sign a formal pact with universities to bar campus police from assisting with ICE and provide confidential counseling for impacted students, offer food aid if a student's family is detained, and just like University of Michigan Ann Arbor. Just because you were born on the other side of an imaginary geographical boundary doesn't make you any less deserving to the rights given to all of us in this country. Leviticus 19:33-34 says, "When a foreigner resides among you in your land, do not mistreat them. The foreigner residing among you must be treated as your native born. Love them as yourself, for you were foreigners in Egypt. I am the Lord your God." I ask any Christian listening, are you living to these words? Or are you living to these words? And are you living by all the teachings of Jesus, which teaches God's unconditional love? I think there's a huge lack of empathy we have for each other, and I'd like the city of Costa Mesa to take brave and active step in turning this trend around and care for all of your community members, regardless of what they look like and where they were born. ICE collaboration is illegal, and we demand a stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. You have the floor.
Hello, my name is Jacob. I'm from Costa Mesa, born at Hogue, down the street, lived here my whole life. I just want to say firsthand, I acknowledge there was some unrest earlier. I apologize for participating in that unrest. I'm just very passionate about the subjects being spoken about tonight. But I just want to keep it short and sweet. I wasn't preparing on coming up here, so I'll be quick. I'm of Polish descent. I'm a quarter Polish. My mom's half. My grandma's 100% Polish, 100% Polish immigrant. We had to come here or my family, I should say, had to come here in early 1940s during the reign of Nazi Germany. My great-grandfather was murdered, and my grandmother and her mom had to flee. And if it weren't for open immigration, I wouldn't be here. If America wasn't willing to accept people from other countries when they're in distress and they need help from a country that can afford it, if that wasn't possible, I wouldn't be here and so many other people in this room with us. For people to be in this room antagonizing us, just trying to speak our mind, and we have free speech, I understand, but for people to be in here antagonizing us and saying they didn't deport people, not concentration camps. Auschwitz was in Poland. It wasn't in Germany. They took people from all over Eastern Europe, Western Europe as well, and took them from their homes, took them from their families. And that's what I'm seeing today, Alligator Auschwitz. I mean, how bad can it get, guys? We're in the early stages, but it can get a lot worse. I mean, we've seen it before. We all went to high school history. We all went to middle school history. They teach us as early as elementary school nowadays. It's a huge thing in our history, less than 100 years ago. And for us to just play willful ignorance to it, it's disheartening. And I wish this country would do better. And you guys have the power to help your constituents out. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. You have the floor.
Sure.
Yeah. You'll go after. Go ahead.
Sure. Let me move this up a little bit. Thanks for everybody for speaking tonight. It's very bold and courageous. I just have a few things to say, and thanks for listening to everybody speak as well. Someone said something about how nobody in here was young. I'm young. I'm Jewish, so I've heard a lot of Nazi stuff. I don't know if there's any other Jewish people, but part of the tribe. So I'm Jewish. I'm half Cuban. My mom's from Cuba, born and raised in Havana. Came to the United States, immigrated legally, went through the process. It was very difficult, very expensive, took a long time. That was in the 1960s. Another difficult time for a lot of people trying to become U.S. citizens. I understand a lot of the angst and anger for ICE. I'm more of like a solutions-oriented person. I don't like to talk about, obviously, I agree with all the anti-ICE sentiment and things that they could do better. But one idea, if I may, is to just offer some sort of conduit for people that are illegal immigrants that really do want to become legal immigrants here, that are participating members of society. Maybe there's something we can do to help them become legal immigrants and just not have to deal with ICE after that. Whether that's some sort of tent set up in a giant park nearby to help them understand the process, and there's translators on site to help them get through it because they might not speak English. Just something to help them go through the process and become legal if they want to. So that's one thought on that. But the reason I'm here is because of fireworks, actually completely unrelated. We have a dog. We moved here in September 2024, and some other person said no one's buying houses. We bought a house. We saved up for 5 years. Bought a house down here, moved from LA. I've moved all over the country. I grew up in Boston, so know a lot about politics, even though I don't really like it. So we bought a house. We have a 100-pound Rottweiler mix. He's the kindest dog you'll ever meet, even though he looks big and scary. He's terrified of the fireworks. Ever since we moved here, he doesn't walk outside at night. We have a hard time even just getting him out of the house. So I'm not sure what's going on with trying to stop the illegal fireworks. I think the only fireworks that are allowed beyond July 2nd to July 4th are like sparklers. But we're hearing like missiles go up in the sky and explode every single night. Most mornings at 8 a.m. I wake up on a Sunday, and before my dog even gets up, there's a giant explosion. So I'd love to just learn what's going on with that, what we can do better. Maybe we just eliminate the sale of fireworks. The proceeds go to charities. They don't even support the city. They just go to charities. So maybe there's something we could do about that. But just want to propose it, food for thought. Hopefully there's something done between now and next summer. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So hold on, if you could, just 1 second. My monitor's black. Can I move my mouse? Yeah, I guess I can move my mouse. What do you want me to do with it? Click it? All right. Okay, you may speak.
Hello. Oh, damn, this is crazy. I'm gonna try not to cuss, okay? My name is Angel. I'm from the West Side. I moved here 2 years ago, and I've seen a lot of crazy stuff here. I've been an active protester here. I've been to all of them on the West Side. I've been to everywhere, LA, Santa Ana, peacefully, of course. Just gotta clarify, just in case, you never know. And I just wanna say, my great-great-grandfather, he immigrated here. He walked here from northern Mexico to East Los Angeles, and so on and so forth. He served in the military, Marine Corps. And I just want to bring forward, because around his time when he immigrated, this is not the first time this has happened. 1933, Great Depression, who did we round up? Mexican Americans in East LA and the barrios. West Side, you can call it a barrio. There's a lot of Mexican businesses, people there. And I just want to say, I've seen in the city, I've seen people disappear. I've seen people I've met at work gone. And to me, that is crazy because you are a council. You all been elected by me. I voted for you, sir, by the way.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And we all voted for someone here. And I just want to say, with your power, your legal power, you can prevent, you can block and protect your citizens when, federal, I didn't even make a list. I'm just going on top of my head. This is all passion. You can block stuff like that. You can take off the face mask. Identification is proper, because last thing I want is my nana to go out to get groceries and get kidnapped and I don't see her. You wouldn't want that either, right, council? Yeah, we all agree. Thank you. So I just want to say, put in the preventative measures and enforce them. Remember, this is your home turf. The federal government, their home turf's in D.C. Costa Mesa, this is your seat. This is your throne. This is you're steadfast. So protect it. Protect the people. Protect your people, not the people, your people. This is Costa Mesa. Thank you.
Iggy, you have the floor.
Good evening, council members. I came to speak on a different matter, but I'm pretty outspoken. Thanks for the meeting the other day, by the way. What I'm looking at is terrifying. I'm 100% Jewish, born and raised in Israel, migrated to the United States back in 1978. I've gone through anti-Semitism, I've gone through a lot of hate, yet I stand. I don't back down. I'm not quite sure what you guys are going to be able to do against the federal government to protect us, but I want you guys to know that I voted for pretty much all of you guys at this point, but we're behind you. We elected you, and whatever it is that you can do as citizens, we would appreciate it. These are the seeds of unfortunate fallen fruits. It doesn't go far from a clenched fist in the air to a Heil Hitler. It ain't that far. And the Nazis started with an SS. Apparently, we're starting with ice. It's not that we're thirsty, it's not that we're hot and we're trying to cool down. This is a flagrant act of bullies running amongst us and trying to divide us and separate us as a culture. We need to stand together and band, not criticize what color you are, where you're from, or what language you speak. The point is, these ignorant individuals that were here earlier do not realize that the road that they're driving on was probably paved by a Hispanic person. The house that they live in has been built by more than likely an immigrant, and the car that they're driving was probably put together by an immigrant or foreigner. We need to band. These are the seeds of hatred. Hitler didn't start in 1940. Hitler started in 1940, let me rephrase that, 1932. It took them 14 years to come to power until they started World War II. And they didn't deport people. They moved them from Poland, from Ukraine, into Germany, and killed them. Massacred them. Starved them. Were inhumane to them. They experimented medically on females, on reproductive organs. Horrendous. This isn't so long ago. Look at your history books. This is where it starts. It's an inch a day, and by the time you wake up and you realize it's too late, you're sitting behind a fence somewhere and somebody with a fully automatic weapon is taking charge of your life. So please, stand up, band together, and unite to be one. We're stronger together than we are individually. Thank you.
Commissioner, you have the floor.
Señor alcalde y miembros del concejal, yo no planeaba hablar hoy sobre este tema, pero creo que es necesario. Yo soy residente de Costa Mesa de 23 años y soy miembro de la Comisión de Planificación. Yo he venido a estas juntas.
Excuse me, council member. Sorry, Commissioner. Are you going to need a translation?
I'll self-translate.
Okay. It's okay, fine. So you get 3 minutes. Stop his time or give him some time back. I just needed to ask the question. I just want to know if it was 3 or 5 minutes.
Probably
okay?
5.
So, good. Yeah, I think you have enough time. Go ahead.
Yo he venido a estas juntas por 5 años y he sido feliz ver los comentarios en español recientemente, pero por las acciones, por las pólizas del gobierno federal, ya no escucho esos comentarios en español y eso me da gran tristeza. Por las pólizas del gobierno federal hay mucho miedo en nuestra comunidad y eso me da una gran tristeza. Por las pólizas del gobierno federal hay mucho racismo en esta comunidad y eso me da una gran tristeza. Hoy, por pólizas del gobierno federal, familias van sin comer y personas pierden sus trabajos y eso me da una gran tristeza. Y hoy por pólizas del gobierno federal hay una gran división en nuestra comunidad, como hemos visto hoy, y eso me da mucha tristeza. Lo que ayuda esta tristeza y este miedo es el apoyo de una comunidad amable. Lo que apoya esta tristeza es ser orgulloso de ser latino. Lo que ayuda a esta tristeza es el deseo por un futuro mejor, donde no tengo que tener miedo a visitar a mi papá en el hospital. Tengo mucho miedo y no es justo. Y deseo que ustedes hagan algo de eso. Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, I didn't plan on speaking today, but I am a 23-year resident of the City of Costa Mesa, and I am a planning commissioner, so I thought it was important to be here. I've been coming to these meetings for 5 years, and recently I've heard comments in Spanish, and I've been very happy to hear them, but they've dwindled down due to federal government policies. Federal government policies that have caused fear in our community, federal government policies that have made more racism happen in our communities, that have made families go hungry, that have made people lose their jobs, and that have caused a lot of division in our community.
Commissioner, that's it. Sue?
Hi,
Hey, Sue.
my name's Sue Lester. I'm a 17-year resident. I'm a little out of breath because I was so irritated watching all the public comments that I stormed down here from my house walking as fast as I could to get here before it ended. I would like to thank the Costa Mesa Police Department for your much-needed presence, but I think it's a shame that you have to be here with all the crazy things that are going on, but you're making everyone feel safe, and that's important. As far as our elected leaders go, from the top down, I feel so let down as a constituent. In order for elected officials to help us, we have to have faith in them. And my faith is waning on so many parts. So I would ask that the city council do whatever they can to make the constituents of this city feel heard and feel protected and feel part of what's going on. I would like for there to be an investigation by the district attorney's office into whatever the cluster of a lawsuit from our former city manager. I would like to point out that I was not a fan of hers at all. It's not about that. It's about equal treatment for people across the board, whether they are your friends or in your political party or their skin is brown or black or yellow or white. We are failing as a country. So we need for you to do what you can here. I would also like to see you guys pass some sort of ethics code. If we can't agree to, if our elected officials can't agree that they should have ethics and be held to a higher standard, then we have way bigger problems than what's already happening. And clearly that is the issue. So do what you can to make sure that black people, white people, brown people, yellow people, blue people, whatever color skin they have, get equal rights and equal treatment. As far as the First Amendment goes, I wholeheartedly support anybody's right to free speech. Even the despicable, misogynistic, racist, disgusting comments that are made. I've also discovered that the best response to a fool is silence. So I think it's really important when people we disagree with are saying things that we don't like, that we just shut up and listen. We all have a lot to learn from each other. And we can't ask our elected officials and our police and other people to do what we're not willing to do. And I'm telling you right now, if somebody's being snatched off my street, I will fight to protect them. And if you guys have to drag me off for interfering with a federal agent of some sort, then that's fine. I'm up for that. Let's all do our part, and let's just be nice to each other. All the name calling and rhetoric and double standards is just,
Okay. All right, it looks like we're done with people in the chambers. Before we move on, we have, I'm sure, people on Zoom. Before we move on, I just want to acknowledge the PD and say thank you. Thank you to the PD. So we're going to go to Zoom. Who's up first?
Mr. Toscano, please.
Mr. Toscano? Hold on one second, Mr. Toscano. There's some people that are leaving, so let's let them leave so we can give you our full attention. Thank you, Dave. Okay, Ms. Toscano, you have the floor. Ms. Toscano? Yeah. Oh, after
muting himself.
Who's next? Let's go to Ms. Toscano next after that.
Next speaker is Juana Trejo, please.
Juana, you have the floor.
Buenas tardes.
Excuse me, Juana. Juana, I want to make sure we get 5 minutes for you. Just hold on one second.
I'm just going to do the 3 and the 2.
3, then 2? All right, Juana, please proceed.
Gracias. Mi nombre es Juana Trejo y soy una líder comunitaria que tengo viviendo aquí en Costa Mesa alrededor de 32 años. Quiero darle las gracias a todas las personas que han estado abogando por nosotros y que valoran la vida y el trabajo que está haciendo nuestra gente. Estoy muy agradecida con algunos miembros del concilio que gracias a ellos y por cuidar su identidad, no voy a decir los nombres, pero gracias a ellos están recibiendo alimentos, familias que no están saliendo a trabajar. También quiero agradecer al Departamento de Policía porque ellos están haciendo lo más humanamente posible para poder proteger a nuestra comunidad. También les agradezco a estas personas que pudimos presenciar el racismo que hay para nuestras comunidades y qué bueno que ustedes lo pudieron ver. Llevan una bandera que portan, pero deberían de darle el respeto que se merece, porque de qué se sienten orgullosos del racismo que pregonan, del odio tan grande que tienen. Y ustedes están viendo en las noticias que hay gente de nosotros que ha perdido la vida por cómo han sido golpeados. ¿Quiénes son los criminales? Ustedes saben que están haciendo abuso de poder, y creo que lo que quieren es acabar con nosotros, no solamente deportarlo a uno, sino acabar con la vida de las personas, porque estamos dándonos cuenta que están encontrando cuerpos muertos de personas que están siendo desaparecidas. Y mi pregunta es, ¿qué más quieren ver las personas para que puedan actuar? Mi miedo es quedarme callada. Nosotros solamente queremos seguir trabajando y ustedes saben que nosotros estamos respetando la ley. Nosotros no estamos pidiendo cosas que no, sabemos que están violando los valores y algunas enmiendas que hay en la Constitución. Entonces, ojalá que las personas piensen más en cómo van a ver a los demás, porque yo me siento bien orgullosa de tener la mesa que tenemos en el concilio, porque si nosotros no hablamos, ustedes cómo van a saber lo que necesitamos. Que Dios me los bendiga. Yo me siento muy orgullosa de ser lo que soy y de hacer lo que hago por la gente que represento. Muchas gracias y Dios me los bendiga.
Okay, now we'll do the translation.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Juana Trejo, and I've been a community member for about 32 years now. I just want to say thank you to all the people that have been advocating for us, who value what we do, and the work that we do, and the way that our people live. I'm also grateful for some of the council members. Thanks to them, we've been able to receive some food for the families that have not been able to work. I won't say any names, but thank you. I also wanted to thank the police department because they're doing the most that they can to protect their communities. Also, thank you to the people fighting for racism. And I'm glad that you were able to see what's been happening to us. These people are coming in here carrying a flag that they seem to represent, but they don't show it any respect. What are they proud of? The racism, the enormous amount of hate that they show. We've been seeing the news that some people have lost lives due to how badly they've been beating up. So I'll just ask, who are the criminals here, really? We're seeing here an enormous display of abuse of power. They just don't want to just deport us. They also want to end our lives. We've been realizing that there's been dead bodies that have found of people who have disappeared. So my question here is, what else do you need to see to act? The fear that I have is in staying quiet. We're just here. We just want to keep working. We want to keep following the law. We're not asking for anything aside from the protections the Constitution should allow us. I just want everyone to think about how they see others. I'm really proud of this council and for allowing us to come here to speak, because otherwise you wouldn't know what needs we have. I just want to say, God bless all of you. I'm proud of what you do for the people that you do, and have a good night.
Next speaker is Roberto, please.
Roberto, you have the floor.
Hi, Mayor and City Council. This is Roberto with Resilience Orange County, and I'm calling in to really thank folks that are speaking in support of peace, in support of wanting to bring us together to have constructive dialogue, and for folks to stand up for due process and for human rights. I sign off on what folks have been saying about certain policy issues. Something that I think is also important. We won't have another meeting of City Council until next month. So I thought I would feel remiss if I didn't share about the evictions that are taking place in the city of Costa Mesa. We just had a first wave of evictions with this first month of July. We're going to have another wave of evictions in August. So I urge the city council to pass an emergency ordinance that includes an eviction moratorium to stop the evictions. We currently do not track at-fault evictions. Our tenant protection ordinance that was passed only includes no-fault evictions. So I ask you to please track these evictions that are taking place in the community because of the immigration actions that are taking place in our community. And to also please advocate for rental assistance funds that reaches every Costa Mesa resident that needs it, regardless of immigration status. And again, thank you so much, Council, for hearing the pleas of the Latino community, from hearing from your constituents, from allies that, from all sides of the aisle that are coming together to build a stronger Costa Mesa. Thank you.
No further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll close public comment then. Let's take a little break before the council member comments to let us. I need to get rebooted and we can take a bio break. So we'll see you in 15 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, could we take a break after council comments? I think people have been here for a while and we'd like to be able to respond to them.
Oh. Can wait? All right. Is that what everybody wants to do? All right, that's fine. Go. You're up then, Councilmember. Just Councilmember Mar.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for agreeing to that as well. So I wrote out my comments. I don't normally do that. I normally speak off the cuff, but tonight was a lot, and I want to make sure that I get to everything that I want to say. I agree with one of the commenters who spoke early on. I, too, am proud of all of you who came out tonight, who weren't intimidated by the yelling men, who weren't afraid to be here, who wanted to speak up for what was right. So thank you for being here. Thank you to Costa Mesa PD for jumping in here so quickly, too. Regarding ICE activity in our community, look, these actions are not only alarming, they raise serious questions about due process, constitutional protections, and the safety of our community overall. And I think we need to be clear that immigration enforcement that bypasses the courts and targets individuals without warrants is extrajudicial and undermines the value that our legal system is based on. If you witness someone being detained by ICE, do not intervene physically, but document, observe, ask if they have a warrant signed by a judge. ICE agents often rely on administrative warrants, which do not authorize entry or arrest without consent. Call the Orange County Rapid Response Network, 714-881-1558. If you are unsure about whether or not you are potentially witnessing a kidnapping due to personnel wearing masks or for any other reason, call 911. I've spoken with our police chief, and I cannot say this more clearly. Our police department wants you to call 911 if you feel you may be witnessing a crime. En español, si hombres en cubrebocas o máscaras, si ve hombres en cubrebocas o máscaras y no está seguro si ellos son ICE o no, llame a 911 y la policía de Costa Mesa puede verificar su identificación porque ellos deben presentar su identificación al policía local. To local businesses, you are not obligated to let ICE into private areas of your business without a judicial warrant. You have the right to protect your customers and your employees. I encourage all businesses to train staff on their rights and to post clear signage about warrant requirements. My understanding is that our local Costa Chamber of Commerce is also interested in doing training for businesses. So if you're a member of the chamber, I would encourage you to ask them for that. What is happening isn't just a legal matter, it's a moral one. We are watching people being taken from their homes, their jobs, and their families without due process, and that is not justice. I urge this council to publicly affirm our city's commitment to constitutional protections. Specifically, Councilmember Reynolds and I have asked for the following. On the August 5th agenda, a request for City Council to support SB 805, the No Vigilantes Act by Perez. That's at the state level. We generally don't have the ability to weigh in on legislation unless the League of Cities has taken a position. I worry that we're going to wait too long for the League of Cities to take a position, so I'd like to bring it directly to council so that council can vote to support it. A resolution regarding face covering and tactics that are counter to good law enforcement. Provided the city manager a couple of examples. We've had a preliminary conversation about it, but I agree with most of the commenters. We need to be on the record on this. Further, already, we are updating our Know Your Rights page on our website. We are identifying opportunities for a City of Costa Mesa sponsored financial contribution to one of the organizations that is actively working on behalf of immigrants. Councilmember Reynolds and other local volunteers are organizing food distributions for those that have been impacted by ICE. I had the opportunity to deliver some of those boxes in Mesa del Mar, along with one of our Animal Services Commissioner, Kara Stewart. Please contact myself or Councilmember Reynolds if you know a family in need, someone who's afraid to leave their house, someone who's been impacted by ICE. One of the things that's really concerning right now is folks who have the primary breadwinner in the household arrested or taken away and are worried about making the next month's rent or buying groceries. If you know someone who wants to make a donation, contact myself or Councilmember Reynolds. I also want to recognize Redemption Church. They were the first church that I know of in the city that stepped up and immediately started providing financial contributions to families in need. You can contact them as well if you'd like to make the donation to them. So in response to all of the requests for actions, I just want to be clear, the city of Costa Mesa is taking action. On to just a few other matters, and this is going to feel like a dramatic switch here, so I apologize now. I want to give my heartfelt congratulations to our brand new Costa Mesa Fire Department Battalion Chief, Steve Airy. Battalion Chief Airy was hired in Costa Mesa in 2003, promoted to captain in 2015, and most recently served as our training, safety, and professional standards captain. He was selected by his peers for Firefighter of the Year in 2024, and I am very excited that he's been promoted to a leadership position in our great fire department. I think it's a really exciting time for them. Again, sorry, this is going to feel like whiplash. I'd like to agendize an increase to our business license fees such that we can put a measure on the ballot in 2026. Most people are unaware, but currently Nordstrom pays the same business license fee as Neat Coffee. We've talked about this for 8+ years. I think it needs to happen. I've got a year and some change left on council. Let's get one of these things done that we've been talking about for 8 years plus. Thank you to the council and the city manager for our discussion on ethics policies and a code of conduct. I would like to ask that we agendize that as soon as possible. On kind of a related note, I do think this council has an obligation, and Ms. McDonald mentioned this, but to provide full opportunity for public participation. And to that end, I think we need to make a better effort of ending our council meetings at a reasonable time. I don't think you can get full public participation and transparency at 1 o'clock in the morning. I don't think that's good government. And like I said, I've got a year and some change left on council. And so if there's anything that I can do, even if it means we're having more meetings, I'd like to ask that that's something that we start with. And frankly, we can start tonight. So Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask that instead of waiting until midnight to call for a vote to decide whether we continue business to the next day, that we take a brief pause at 10 p.m. and look at our agenda and decide if those things are truly urgent or whether they can be continued to a meeting at a future date. And that's all I have. Thank you. Thank you again, everyone, for coming out tonight.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Thank you. And I'll start with some other business items and then talk about the most important issue in our city right now. Just very quickly on, I want to address the Caltrans item that we moved to August to avoid any speculation. I was working with staff on some more substantive changes, and we want to make sure that there's appropriate time for public review before that comes before us. So I made the request to move that item to August 5th. A couple dates coming up that I think will be important for members in the community. On August 7th, it's a Wednesday, our transportation team is doing an e-bike rodeo and workshop. Great opportunity to get teens to practice on their e-bike, learn safe bike riding. It's an event at Estancia High School and open to students of all schools. So we'll make sure that there's a lot of information out that if you know kids who have e-bikes, encourage them to come to this event and learn safe riding. And then on August 14th, there is a workshop with the Costa Mesa, or in Costa Mesa for the Fair Housing Foundation. Excellent organization to understand tenant rights. So on the subject of evictions, I've been made aware of some of those that we found out were not legal evictions. So the Fair Housing Foundation is a really important resource for that. So I encourage people to attend that workshop to learn and share information, and I'll ask staff to spread information about that as well. On the issue affecting so many of us on a day-to-day basis, first of all, I want to thank all of you who came out to speak on behalf of yourself or your family or your neighbors who are impacted by this. You know, when I was a candidate for office, knocking door to door, one of my favorite memories of that is it gives you a real insight into who is Costa Mesa as a community, and it's not what you see on Facebook. It's not what you see on Nextdoor. We are a kind community. I've met so many people, strangers who are kind and who care about their neighbors, who want everyone to be able to live in peace. As a council member, I've engaged with so many residents and so many community organizations, and the mayor spotlighted many of those community organizations that are working daily to care for and protect our neighbors. And so I think what I heard tonight from the majority in the room solidifies what I know about Costa Mesa. This is a community that cares, and I thank you all for being here. Speaking out is meaningful. Someone commented that speaking out, well, she said hearing the other side made her courageous, which is good too. But speaking out in support of our whole community gives courage for others to do so, and it means a lot. I do, and I'll say I think our council reflects that. I have faith that our council reflects that kindness and that caring as well, and it's certainly what drives my work day to day. I'm going to read an excerpt. Somebody in their comments mentioned Mexican repatriation. It's a part of our country's history and our state's history that most of us are not proud of, that California is officially not proud of. But obviously very, very relevant. If you're not familiar with repatriation, because it was not something that was in our textbooks, it is not in many textbooks today. This was a time where our Mexican-American community was blamed for economic woes in this country and terrorized and pushed out of this country. California issued an official apology for those actions in 2005, and I'm going to read an excerpt from that apology. Throughout California, massive raids were conducted on Mexican-American communities, resulting in the clandestine removal of thousands of people, many of whom were never able to return to the United States, their country of birth. These raids had the effect of coercing thousands of people to leave the country in the face of threats and acts of violence. These raids targeted persons of Mexican ancestry, with authorities and others indiscriminately characterizing these persons as illegal aliens, even when they were United States citizens or permanent legal residents. Authorities in California and other states instituted programs to wrongfully remove persons of Mexican ancestry and secure transportation arrangements with railroads, automobiles, ships, airlines to effectuate the wholesale removal of persons out of the United States to Mexico. As a result of these illegal activities of our government, families were forced to abandon or were defrauded of their personal and real property, which was often sold by local authorities as payment for the transportation expenses incurred in their removal from the United States to Mexico. As a further result of these illegal activities, United States citizens and legal residents were separated from their families and country and were deprived of their livelihood and United States constitutional rights. As a further result of these illegal activities, United States citizens were deprived of the right to participate in the political process guaranteed to all citizens, thereby resulting in the tragic denial and due process and equal protection of the laws. Sound familiar? We've been here before. We know what will happen. There's, not great records of that time. This was about 100 years ago, but the estimates are that up to 2 million people were pushed out of this country, 60% of whom were citizens. My grandmother was one of those citizens. And we only learned that after her death, when we found her birth certificate and realized she was born in Montana. Her family lost their property. A whole generation was set back. So this is very, very personal, what's happening today. The racial profiling, the denial of due process, kidnapping, inhumane treatment of people who've been detained, deaths of people who've been detained is this is un-American, and I know you all know this. It's a public safety issue, and public safety is absolutely in the jurisdiction of our city council. We know that we do not have public safety if families in our community are not safe moving in their own neighborhoods. We do not have public safety if our families aren't safe in a public park or at our summer festivals, where our residents are at real risk of being pulled off the street, out of their cars, out of their workplaces, out of their homes, especially by people with no IDs and people working with no accountability. And we don't have public safety if our families are losing trust in our police and our government. It is critical that we act as a city and that we defend our community. Councilmember Mar shared some of the asks that we've already made. I certainly support all of those asks. In addition, I want to share, excuse me, that we, and I say we, this is a collective. There's been an incredible mobilization of our community, both inside City Hall and outside, to get information and share support and services with our residents. We're working to get information to businesses to protect their rights on their private property. I'd like to look at options to connect our residents with legal aid and legal defense. We know that one of the first Costa Mesa families that was detained, we were able to, through personal connections, we were able to connect them with legal defense, and it took 2 weeks, but they got released. Legal defense matters. It can literally save lives. I want to make sure, I'd like to ask staff to also look for ways to accommodate continued participation in our civic process for our residents who are unable to safely leave their home and unable to safely come here. And I would like us to look at opportunities, whether it's partnership or supporting our existing rental assistance fund, and make sure that we're sharing information about our existing tenant protection ordinance. And as Councilmember Mar mentioned, and I know everyone here and those who spoke on the phone, probably many more who are watching, if you're looking for ways to get involved, there are many, many, many people and organizations who are doing incredible work. I invite you to reach out to me or to reach out to Councilmember Mar, and we can help connect you to some of those efforts. So thank you for being here again. Please speak loudly and proudly and peacefully about this issue. Every verbalization of what is right and what is wrong in this time makes a difference. So stay engaged. Thank you.
Councilmember Pettis.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I want to share some positive things the city has done, and not to take away from my friend Arliss and the seriousness of this topic. I understand there's a lot of emotion around it, and I don't want to take away from that. I respect the views of each individual in here. But I had the pleasure of attending the July 3rd event thanks to the invitation from the city. And you know, sometimes as a city council person, we can or can't, we do a lot, and we go to a lot of things in the community, and sometimes, I'll be honest, I'm like, I don't feel like, I don't want to do this today, you know. And on the July 3rd event, it reminded me of why don't I want to go? I thought about Lauren Camaros. I'm like, I remember the time when I actually decided I liked Lauren. It was a city council meeting during my campaign time, and he made a joke about going to the fair and getting yourself a $200 corn dog. I'm like, you know what? I like that dude. And that was my concern about going to this July 3rd event. Am I going to have to spend $300 feeding the kids? And it turned out to be a free event put on by the city, where he had, I think by the time we left, there was 10,000 people there enjoying what the city put on. The Tijuana dogs, people put music, food, and it was reasonably priced. My kids, I had to drag my kids out of there, and I looked out, I remember standing on the stage with Bewley and Manuel Chavez and Mayor Stevens were reading excerpts from the the Declaration of Independence and the national anthem being sung, looking out at all the people, and this is put on by the city, and we're all here to enjoy it. So there's some good things the city does. Like, we should be proud to live in the city, all of its bumps and ugly spots too. There's good things that happen here. And I just want to be the voice of positivity a little bit here, again, not to take away from the seriousness of the topics at hand, and respect that. So just wanted to throw that in there. And on to my little stuff I wanted to talk about. Thank you, Cecilia, for listening to, I had somebody come to me about the plaque. It was a plaque at Fairview Park, one of those bronze plaques that were stolen off Placentia. And thank you. I know I don't think it's done yet, but you guys confirmed that that's getting replaced. It's important that we have our city looking good, and I got confirmation that that is going to happen, so thank you. I think we'll save the street light timing complaints for another meeting. I'll go into that later. I'm getting a lot of feedback from the community on that. I'll save that for next time. I wanted to talk a little bit about the Arts Commission that we had last study session. Council afforded the person, Fisher Derderian, presented on. I've been doing a lot of work behind the scenes, interested in arts in the city and the commissions getting squared away and their ability to function to their highest authority that they've been given. And I appreciate the staff for giving me the opportunity to do that. I think Fisher did a good job laying out what he would like to see on behalf of the commission. And I can say, from my perspective, in my career, if there's a successful initiative that we complete at work, it's because a certain process has taken place. We had an initiative. It was the mission was set forth by myself and the chiefs of the departments of the hospital. And then we task the captains to execute the missions, and the captains ensure that the front line gets it done. And so it's the expectation starts at the top, and the work is done at the lowest level, and then feedback is given along the way. And I believe that's what we have established for our commissioners now, and I appreciate that. And now that we have the mission established and the roles identified, and everybody knows what they're doing, it'll be interesting to see if we can execute the way we would like to see it executed. And if we can, I think we'll be on our way, and everything will be great. And I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Councilmember Mike Bewley.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, members of the public. So now I've seen the immigration issue go first, and then the other issues land kind of flat, or we do with the other issues first, and then so I think I'm going to do the other issues first, and then I'll close out with a few comments on the impassioned commentary from the public tonight and democracy in action tonight. But yeah, just touching base since my last city council session, I want to give a shout out and a thanks to Chief LaPointe and the city manager for arranging an opportunity for me to meet with several specific law enforcement individuals engaged in certain investigative activities in the community. And in particular, a shout out to Lieutenant Stafford, Sergeant Zielinski, and investigators Schultz, Molina, and Cepeda. And I'm going to be relatively brief because there's a lot covered tonight. But some things that came out of that meeting that I'd, as part of my asks, in the meeting and talking with law enforcement and asking things that they could need that could assist them or whatnot, City Manager Gallardo commented that we did have some city property located in key areas of the city. I'll leave it at that. And it seems a relatively effective and simple ask for us to get city-owned and operated cameras on those on those buildings. So I'd see if we have that allocated in the budget, if there's some expense items there that could be allocated. It seems like a relatively minor fix that could have a big return, and it's a quality ask that I think I'd ask that we look into. Also, I thank the city manager for setting up an opportunity for me to meet with our homeless department personnel, Nate Robbins. I had an interesting conversation with him, getting a more granular view of the work that the city's doing to help the homeless and to coordinate assisting those struggling here in our community. And again, I had more to comment on, but I'll keep it relatively brief. I'll kind of just get to my asks. One thing that came out of that conversation, and I don't know if there's a legal prohibition on this ask or whatnot, but I'll throw it out there. We have our TOT tax, the transient transfer tax for the hotels and community, and when we have people visiting our community. And as we were brainstorming and kind of spitballing, one thing that had occurred to myself or to us in our conversation, we license and permit a number of these sober living homes around here. And do we charge them any similar per head fee or tax for the added burden and the added expense that a lot of these for-profit patients are generating for these businesses, and then the burden that they put on our community. And more specifically, I know there's some ordinance and some requirements that these sober living houses make an effort when the insurance runs out to return out of state and out of community patients, if you will, back to their community. But it's not a requirement, and I think legally you can't require it. It's strongly suggested, but the harsh reality is that a number of people come to use the sober living businesses. Their insurance it runs out, and they get exited back into the community. And it seems to me to be a reasonable ask to create something similar to the TOT fee. These are very lucrative, very profitable entities, and if they have to submit for permits and licenses, we should look into that. So that's an ask I've got to see if that's feasible. Is there some ADA prohibition? Is there some limitation that precludes that from happening? But if not, it seems pretty reasonable to have an operating business who's adding additional burdens to our law enforcement for calls out, for all the added burdens they put on our community. I did get by Mesa Water District. A shout out to the GM, Paul Schoenberger, and Director DePasquale. They gave me a nice tour of their facility. I got to see the very impressive grant-funded educational center there. They've been doing outreaches to a lot of schools for the last 6 months it's been open. I would encourage anybody to go by there and learn all about our amazing reservoir system and our amazing water district. Little known fact that I took away from that tour, we regularly hear about the low snowpack and the drought that impacts, and we're regularly reminded to conserve, and I'm not opposed to conservation, but the reality is we are a solely contained reservoir, and the snowpack and what's happening in Northern California does not impact our water table and our water sources. And the other interesting fact was that when we conserve, based on the alarmist commentary coming out of Sacramento, we reduce, and they reduce the consumption, and they reduce the revenue, and it may require increased rates. So that was just interesting to hear that, and those are some facts and things that you tend to pick up when I'm out and about learning a few things. Okay, on to the public commentary at hand tonight and the national and local immigration issue. I first want to say I commend the mayor for doing his best to control the speaking tonight. And I'm kind of a free speech absolutist, and even if I hear unpleasant speech and nasty speech and not too bright speech, I'm a strong proponent, if we're going to have First Amendment and free speech, you gotta let people speak because you can't hear the other side of the argument. And as a society, we can't get to the right decision if we don't get to hear the wrong speech. And in order to have faith and to understand and have confidence that when, as a community, we arrive at a right decision and we are able to determine which speech is the correct speech, so to speak, you need to have it compared and contrasted against the unpleasant and the other speech. So I commend the mayor and I commend law enforcement in controlling this public session we had today, and that we did allow some unpleasant voices to have their say, and we did not allow the heckler's veto to shut down either side. Everybody had their opportunity to speak, and that to me is goes a long way in having our democracy work. I know it's a highly charged issue. I'm kind of a solutions-oriented person. I appreciate all the emotion and all the passion, and I trust that everybody was very sincere in their commentary and their beliefs. There's real people being impacted by real-world activities. I appreciate the pleas that this council act and do something. I think that was the big takeaway, do something. And nobody likes to hear that we are limited in certain aspects of what we can do. There's federal law that maybe usurps or controls on the immigration. There's state law that controls on certain other aspects, and there's certain things that as a council we can and can't do. Myself, just my personal thoughts on this immigration issue, I personally feel that we need to engage in a national debate on a pathway to citizenship. And I think right now, what we're experiencing is we're coming off 4 years of where there was little to no immigration enforcement. People don't like to hear that, but that is the reality, and it's kind of what resulted in the recent election. And now we're swinging extremely to the other side, where we're doing extreme and unpleasant and uncomfortable enforcement. And neither extreme is workable in this country of ours, in my humble opinion. I think that we have to find a humane and a compassionate way to address this problem. And I think the national debate, while this initial very uncomfortable phase is being worked through and wrestled through, and we need to have free speech, we need to be speaking about it, we need to have peaceful protests. And I think the national debate needs to start getting into a common sense approach as to how do we get a pathway to citizenship, and we start debating how to bring these immigrants, regardless of whether you characterize immigrants as illegal or not illegal, or how you bring immigrants into the system, and we tamp down on the fear. I'm supportive of privately funded charities assisting those who are being impacted during this very volatile time that we're in. And as I said, I'm very supportive of free speech and protests. I'm supportive of our law enforcement, both local and federal. And I'm supportive of having a safe and secure city. I will support First Amendment to the end, but if it crosses the line into property damage and to personal damage, and it threatens our law enforcement and it threatens federal agents, then there needs to be consequences. And I think the last comment I'll make, which is, again, kind of spitballing and maybe contrarian to some degree, there's a lot of talk about SB 54 and no cooperation and no cooperation, and SB 54 is a sanctuary state. And this city, as a general law city by de facto, is subject to SB 54. And I believe that SB 54 is kind of counterproductive and counterintuitive, and I'll explain why. I see a lot of fear and a lot of anxiety and a lot of concern from the community because there's a lack of information and a lack of knowledge. And when is ICE going to show up? And is that car over there a legitimate car? Is it a kidnap? Is it this? And I heard tonight from the community that we want rapid response communication and we want clear information as to when things are happening. Well, when you have a policy in place that precludes any communication and any cooperation between federal and local, you are impeding an orderly and a free exchange of information. And it's a lack of communication and a lack of accurate information, I think, that can create safety issues for local law enforcement, safety issues for the community, safety issues for federal agents. Again, we're a little city council. We're subject to SB 54, but I think it's a well-intentioned law, but I think it's an example of laws of unintended consequences. And so those are my thoughts.
Thank you, council member. Next up is council member Lauren Gameros.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I don't know if words can describe what I saw tonight, but I'm going to do my best to describe the events that took place and I guess moving forward, we'll just kind of have to take this one step and one day at a time. But there's a lot that went on this evening that the general public did not get to see. There was a lot of things said that the general public did not get to hear. I do believe that there were several fear-mongerers amongst us that were trying to instill fear and not give others an opportunity to speak. I believe that everybody who's here has a right to be here. The last time I checked, being undocumented isn't a crime. Criminals are charged with crimes. Just because you're undocumented, it doesn't make you a criminal. Raising your family here is not a crime. Taking your kids to school should not be a crime. Trying to be a father or a mother should not be a crime in this country because you're undocumented. Working should not be a crime. What I see happening right now creates a long-term problem. Imagine being 10, 8 years old, and having to tell a story 20 years from now how your mother was taken away, sent back to Mexico, or your father was taken away and sent back to Mexico, and you were forced to live with your aunt or your grandma, or the neighbors next door took you in. That's not a story I want to be telling someone. That's not a story I would want to have to hear, and I certainly don't want this to be a permanent black eye in our country. I believe it needs to stop, and we need to create change. And it's unfortunate that there's so many moving parts to this where we get backed into a corner, and because it's on a federal level, our hands are simply tied in a lot of different ways. It's not like we can dive in physically and start pushing federal agents out of the way. Otherwise, we're not going to be productive in what we want to have take place. So I do agree with a lot of what I've heard this evening. I think that we most definitely need to bring awareness to this. And I guess just my thoughts and prayers, unfortunately, don't cover it tonight, because thoughts and prayers are just that. They're thoughts and prayers, and they're not bringing families together. They're not bringing mothers and fathers back home, and it certainly isn't creating unity in our community. I do want to thank the police department, but more specific, and I'm sorry to call you out, I do want to thank Officer DeHuff tonight. Those of you didn't get to see who are watching, but he was out from one end of the room to the other. We had over 14 police officers in here standing up for this community and doing what they do best when things are at their worst. And this evening, things did get pretty bad. We had to stop the meeting at one point for our safety that others were creating fear for. And like I said, the police department did a wonderful job, and I want to just thank you, Dave. You really took care of business tonight. So, yes. Sorry to embarrass you. And then finally, everyone had to kind of comment on kind of turning this around. I got to spend a wonderful evening with my family for the 3rd of July. There were a lot of people who didn't get that opportunity, and I'm very sorry for that. But I fortunately did, and I'm very grateful. It was a 15-minute fireworks show, which was amazing. There was a lot of great entertainment, and there was a lot of camaraderie for the event that evening. I think it's probably one of the best things that the city of Costa Mesa does for this community, and I know that people from a lot of other communities are coming to join in on the festivities. Like we heard, there was probably over 10,000 people. The place was packed. So it's a great event, July 3rd next year. If you can be there, I most certainly would do my best to try and get here. And other than that, I want to just try and end on a good note. So that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, council member. Next up is our Mayor Pro Tem, Manuel Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Thank you to everyone that came and spoke today, especially those that raised your support to some of the most marginalized folks in our community right now. And thank you to CMPD for doing a good job. It got a little testy at times, but at least on my end, I wasn't fearful, because I know you guys were here. I'm going to start actually with the immigration issue, because it's one that I've been very, very quiet about, very, very intentionally. And it was one of the speakers that had this quote, and it was in Spanish: "Prefiero morir de pie que vivir de rodillas." In English, it translates to, "I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees." I'm a proud Mexican American, and that's what I am, Mexican American. I was born in America, pledged my fealty to a flag for all my school years from kinder to 12th grade, but I'm also Mexican by my blood. I come from 2 immigrant parents who came to this country for a better life, for me, and for my sister. And those are my neighbors. Those are my peers. And like my neighbors and my peers, they, like me, grew up in a time in Costa Mesa where it was hard to be Latino, where we had a racist former mayor named Alan Mansour, and I'm gonna call him out, who put rocks in parks and closed gates to parks, who pushed out my dear elotero, where I got my corn on the cob, who tried to put ICE in our police department, breaking the trust of the community on no fault of police department. So maybe some bad habits appeared in my eyes. Because during that time, you stay quiet. Because to quote my dad, why call the cops? If your bike got stolen, your bike got stolen. I'm not gonna get it back. And I think that fear lives in me and my community a little bit. Because my neighbors are immigrants. And I don't want to do anything that's gonna raise tension that put them in danger. Because I see what happens in neighboring cities. And every day I'm grateful to God that's not happening here in Costa Mesa. But honestly, I'm tired and disgusted of seeing my neighborhood be quiet. We're in the middle of July, and I've yet to see one kid on an e-bike in my district. I'm tired of going to community events and seeing the visible lack of our Latino neighbors. The fish fry was great. The fish was fixed. The fish was better than last year. And yet, there was a clear decline of who was attending. I'm sick and disgusted of going to work every day and working with the youth of our community and having them tell me the fears they face. Their parents are scared to drop them off to go to soy, or that they make the kids walk in groups. I'm sick and tired that I have to go quietly to find nonprofits or organizations like Artists has created to find food for my families. But we'll do what we have to do. Because there's one thing about being Mexican American. we're resilient. You will not take away our hope. Hope is what brought us to this country, the land of opportunity, the chance where anyone through hard work and determination can go far and get ahead. And in my case, serve the community that, quite frankly, maybe didn't always serve me at its best. That's the America I know, and that's the American Costa Mesa I saw today with our residents that spoke up. So thank you guys all for being here today and being the voice of those who couldn't speak up, because we appreciate you. I support the idea of bringing back a resolution. I think it's important for our community to discuss this openly and decide as a community whether or not we want to make a stand. It seems very clear to me from the comments today that as a community, we know where our values lie, and that we know if one of our brothers and sisters can't come out of their house to enjoy a fish fry or for a July 3rd event, then we're all in some ways being oppressed. I asked them, we bring that back to resolution. Not only do we include SB 627 as a form of basis of it, but also I know there was a letter sent from the California Republican Party to the federal government critiquing the current ICE rates and the ICE approach. I think that'd be a good balanced way of having 2 points of view on the same problem. And I'm also interested in exploring options for us to do an MOU or a partnership with another group to do legal aid. At the end of the day, I'm for Costa Mesa entirely, and I understand we're in tough budgetary spots, but maybe there's a way we can work with a nonprofit or MOU to create some ways to find some tools for our residents. But I will say this before I get to my last two brief comments, is I am a proud Mexican American. It's been hard to be out vocal sometimes, but I'm still here, and I'm going to be here. And for the folks that are scared to come out right now, I don't blame you. I understand where you're coming from, and everyone must do what's best for their families. I don't think a resolution is going to release that fear. But if we can give a little bit of hope, that's enough for me. Because they can make me be scared. They can make my neighbors be scared. But they're never going to take away my hope. Because that's what this country's about. The hope for a better tomorrow. The hope for a better opportunity for our families. And for a hope of a world where everyone can enjoy the fruits of this great city and country. So with that, I have two announcements. City staff, I want us to start seeing if we can start studying at-will evictions. I don't know if we have a basis for a moratorium per se, but it's good to have that tracking regardless, because it gives us a bigger picture of the bigger Falls Center city. And for the folks in the community that do need free food and aren't afraid to go out, Donald Duncan Library has their last week of free food for kids 18 and under. So from 12 to 1 p.m. at Donald Duncan Library, up until Friday, you can bring your student and get them a free lunch, courtesy of the County of Orange. So some comments today. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, council and the public and everybody who spoke. Just add a few things. So, yeah, thanks to the staff who helped with the July 3rd event. It was really spectacular, and please mark your calendars for next year. While you got your calendars out, Motor Fair starts on Friday, and Motor Home Madness with our fire chief and our police chief is on July 31st. It's hard to get a ticket, but here's something that it's also hard to get a ticket, believe it or not, but I'm going to be in a race against the mayors of Laguna, Newport, and some council members in Newport. So that's on July 30th, so pray for me. Anyhow, I'm just hoping to get through the race, quite honestly. So when I was, at the beginning, just before the inauguration, I went to Washington, D.C. to a mayor's conference. And I sat in a conference room full of mayors from all over the country. And presiding over that particular workshop was Mayor Johnston from Denver. He's terrific, by the way. You should look him up, Mike Johnston. You should look up what Denver's doing. And I've actually told our city staff that in this particular instance, we should consider Denver as a model. I've got a lot of admiration for him. So I asked this question. I said, My city has 36% Latino. Remember, this was like right before the inauguration. This was like, say it was January 18th. So everybody was on edge, and we're obviously talking about this topic, all the mayors across the country. And I said, I've got 36% Latinos in my community. I have 40,000 Latinos in my community. Here's my question. How do I keep them safe without putting a target on their back? So that's my question, and I'm trying to struggle through the answer to that. I've heard what the community said, I've heard what the council said, and we're all working on that together. The most important thing, I think, is keeping the people that we know and love in our community safe and dry and warm and with food, going to school, educating their kids, living their lives. How do we do it? I'm glad that I'm up here with these other 6 people because I know we're going to work through it together. And there might be some disagreements along the way, but that's okay. I'm glad that I'm in a community like we saw today that speaks out and lets us know their point of view. This was an interesting meeting to preside over, I will say. It's the first time I used my gavel. I've never used it. I'm in my 5th year. And by the way, just for the record, it did absolutely no good using the gavel. It was useless. On the other hand, Officer DeHutt, you were great, so thank you. And all of the PD, that's really where the rubber meets the road. Thank you also to our city attorney who gave me some good advice and for the support of the council. Like Councilmember Bewley said, I believe in the First Amendment, and I'm committed to err on the side of allowing people to speak until it gets to a point where somebody else's speech drowns out another person's right to speak, or we have a safety issue where somebody could get hurt. And I'll try to do better next time, and I do believe there will be a next time. So, got back from Washington, what have we done? So I think it bears repeating and reading this, and I was never going to read it, but this is something that Councilmember Chavez and I put out with the help of our city staff and the support of our city manager. This is a statement. Statements on our website. The statement's posted in a lot of, like El Toro Bravo, a lot of places around the west side of Costa Mesa. Amid the anxiety and fear of some in our community are experiencing because of recent federal immigration and deportation actions, the city of Costa Mesa is committed to the safety of all our residents. We stand firmly behind our core values of inclusivity and compassion for all members of our diverse community. The city of Costa Mesa is dedicated to giving peaceful demonstrators a safe environment to exercise their First Amendment rights. While the city supports the public's right to assemble and demonstrate, it does not tolerate violence, vandalism, or destruction of property. Anybody committing criminal activity will be held accountable. The Costa Mesa Police Department cannot and will not enforce immigration laws, nor investigate immigration status. If there is a crime that needs to be reported, or if you are in need of officer assistance, our police department is here for you, regardless of immigration status. Do not hesitate to call for help. We encourage our residents to know all their rights when interacting with federal immigration officials. You are not required to answer questions or open your door unless presented by a warrant signed by a judge with your name on it. Do not sign anything or provide false information. Stay calm, stay safe, and look out for one another. That's from us. Being informed is a vital part of protecting yourself and your loved ones. So, that's what we put out. We have a lot of information on our website. That's what we've done so far. Whether there's more to do is up to these 7 people up here to decide, and we will take it up. Now, as to the greater issue, you just say the Declaration of Independence, you sing the songs, but our country has a bad history in this area. It really does. A lot of original sin. You'd never know it to look at me, but my prevailing, in my immediate family, my prevailing culture is the Japanese culture. And of course, December 1st, 1941, there was the attack on Pearl Harbor. The very next year, 120,000 Japanese Americans were rounded up by the federal government and put in camps in our country. One of the biggest proponents of that action, by the way, including my wife's family, my wife's father, my wife's aunt, my wife's grandparents. They were picked up at Terminal Island in San Pedro in a paddy wagon by the FBI and sent away to Owens Valley, to Manzanar, and to Utah. Separated. It's happened before. And whenever it happens, we think, how could it happen again? How could it happen again? And one interesting thing is, do you know who signed that order? Was FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, not really regarded as a racist, right, in history. And you know who was the greatest proponent of the internment of the Japanese? Was California's Attorney General, Earl Warren, who later was the Chief Justice when Brown versus the Board of Education was passed in 1955. The reason I'm telling you this is when we let fear take over and hatred take over for people because of who they are, we always regret it. We always regret it. So, what can we do about it? I'm not entirely sure, quite honestly. I wish I knew the answer. I'm prepared to struggle through it with this team, with this great staff that we've got, and we'll do the best we can to keep our people safe without putting a target on their back. That's all I have to say. Do we want to let's do the city manager and city attorney report, and then we'll take our break.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to affirm the city's commitment to supporting and providing resources and services to all the people that we serve. In that vein, as the mayor and several council members have mentioned, the city has launched a Costa Mesa Cares website dedicated to resources and information for residents who are impacted by the federal law enforcement activity. The city is also meeting with local service providers and community nonprofits to ascertain Costa Mesa resident needs and how we can be of assistance. The Costa Mesa Police Department and our city government remain steadfast in providing and making accessible services to all of our community members, regardless of immigration status. Switching gears a bit, last week I had the pleasure of introducing 11 new members of the police department to our city team. Those new hires included 6 new police officers, 1 reserve officer, 3 cadets, and 1 intern. All of them had very impressive backgrounds in law enforcement, are very well educated, and 4 had previous military experience. With these new crop of officers and police recruits graduating from the academy in October, November, and December, I'm told by Chief LaPointe that we will be at maximum staffing levels in our police department by the end of the year. So we're very excited to have these new members of our CMPD, and I want to congratulate them. And finally, I want to invite community members to attend a citywide open house on Wednesday, July 30th, to learn more about our citywide rezoning efforts to implement Measure K. We've branded it Neighborhoods Where We All Belong. It's a comprehensive and multifaceted effort to address housing needs and create new housing opportunities. The open house will be from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the Norma Herzog Community Center. and we'll be holding subsequent meetings after that initial kickoff to receive additional community input on planning for new housing opportunities citywide. So we look forward to the community's participation in this important initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have anything tonight.
All right, let's take a break. We're back in the record. The first thing we're going to do is the consent calendar. All items on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be voted on in one motion unless they're pulled by the public, the staff, or the council. Madam Clerk, have any of these consent calendar items been pulled?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Now, I need to note an abstention from Councilmember Gameros on number 3 because his wife works at Priceless Pets, and for me, also on number 3 because of campaign contributions from Ware Disposal. Other than that, we have a motion by Councilmember Reynolds, seconded by Councilmember Marr. Let's call for the question.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, Mayor Stevens.
Oh, I thought I had it.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, just like that, we did the consent calendar. Good job. So now our first item is a public hearing item. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
Final Environmental Impact Report, General Plan Amendment, Rezone Specific Plan Amendment, Master Plan, Vesting Tentative Parcel Map Density Bonus and Development Agreement for Hive Live, a 3-phased 1,050-unit residential development with 3,692 square foot retail component at 3333 Susan Street. Mr. Mayor.
Hold on one second. So we've got no presentation tonight because the request is to open the public hearing and continue it to August 5th. So unless there's an objection, we'll open up the public hearing. Nobody from chambers, anybody from Zoom on this one?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, close public hearing, and then I'll go ahead and make a motion to continue to August 5th.
Second.
Seconded by Chavez. Let's call for the question. Oh, yeah, of course. Oh, here, sorry, discussion mode. There you go. Go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of want to be here for that one, and I'm going to be out of town on the 5th. Is it any potential we could move it to the next meeting to accommodate my travel? And if it's critical to have it heard on the 5th, I can move a few things
No,
around.
don't move anything. It won't be heard on the 5th. I'll tell you.
Okay.
And if there's a chance, I'll make sure with the applicant that we move it.
Okay.
Okay? I'll make that commitment to you.
Okay.
But I happen to know it won't be heard on the 5th.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? Okay, so let's call, did we call for the question yet? Call for the question?
Yes.
Did it pass?
Councilmember Reynolds and Councilmember Bewley, please.
We're moving it to the 5th now, but we're going to move it.
Yeah, we're moving it to the 5th now, but I have some information. It's not going to go on the 5th. I think it's going to be continued further, but let's just move it to the 5th. And
Councilmember Bewley? Okay, I've got it. Motion carries 7-0.
all right, good. Number 2,
All right.
please read the title.
Thank you. This is mitigated negative declaration, general plan amendment, rezone master plan, and tentative tract map 19351 for the development of 40 residential condominium units located at 220, 222, 234, and 236 Victoria Street. Presentation by Mr. Mendez, Senior Planner.
Okay, hold on one second. Let's do a call for ex-party communications, please. Starting with Councilmember Pettis.
No communication.
I have none.
Okay, I don't know about Chavez. I've spoken to Don Lamb, who's the government affairs consultant, and also another one of their team members, Fred Cornwell, who's, I think, their civil engineer.
None.
Okay, we'll ask Councilmember Chavez when he gets here, but let's move forward with the staff's presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens and council members. The item before you tonight is a proposed 40-unit residential condominium development located at 220 Victoria Street, which includes a request to apply a residential incentive overlay zoning designation for the project. The project site is approximately 1.77 acres located on the north side of Victoria Place, approximately 100 feet west of Newport Boulevard. The site is bounded by Victoria Place to the south with Jiffy Lube across the street, an office building to the east, an auto service center to the west, and apartments to the north. The site has a general land use designation of general commercial and is zoned C2 general business. These designations do not support a residential use of the property, but instead allow for office and retail uses. The project site is located within a Measure K corridor that runs along Newport Boulevard. As the council may recall, Measure K was passed in November 2022 for the purpose of revitalizing commercial corridors by encouraging new housing in commercial and industrial areas. By way of background, in August of last year, the project was brought before the City Council for a screening. The applicant submitted two requests. First, an amendment to the general plan's land use element to apply the residential incentive overlay to the site. And second, the City Council feedback on the proposed site plan, the architectural elements, and other design components in accordance with the overlay's development standards. The council was generally supportive and provided feedback to incorporate a community gathering space and to enhance the streetscape along Victoria Place, including activation of the existing landscape peninsula. Since then, the applicant has responded by providing a barbecue area, children's play area, and a flexible use space. They've also improved Victoria Place streetscape by providing sidewalks, landscaping, shade trees, and within the public right-of-way, a passive recreation purposes. They also removed all the previously proposed palm trees. In June, the Planning Commission reviewed the proposed development. As part of its review, staff recommended that Planning Commission recommend that the City Council adopt the environmental document and approve the project. However, Planning Commission ultimately voted 5-2 to recommend City Council deny the project and not adopt the environmental document. Commissioners who opposed it raised concerns about the number of deviations, the zoning approach, and potential pedestrian safety impacts. Those in support highlighted the value of ownership housing and commended the applicant for being responsive to previous City Council feedback. The proposed project requires the following entitlements: the general plan amendment, rezone, master plan with deviations, and a tentative tract map. The general plan amendment is required to update the land use element maps, figures, text, and tables to apply the residential incentive overlay to the project site. This update would formally identify the property as having the overlay and would allow residential development. The residential incentive overlay was established by the City Council in 2016. The overlay was initially applied to marginal sites along Harbor and Newport Boulevards, allowing these properties to be redeveloped to create new housing opportunities. So specific to this rezone, since current zoning doesn't allow residential development, the applicant seeks to apply this overlay to the subject site. A master plan approval is required for all new development within the overlay. It establishes the overall development plan for the proposed project. The proposed common interest development with the proposed project proposes a common interest development with deviations to floor area ratio, common use open space, building height, side and rear setbacks, parking, garages, and parking stall widths between buildings. The project does propose a density of 22.6 dwelling units per acre, and the overlay permits a density of 30 dwelling units per acre. Access to the site would be provided by two driveways from Victoria Place. Open parking is integrated throughout the site. In response to City Council's feedback, the applicant has incorporated a mix of on-site and off-site community amenities. So within the development, residents will be able to use a centrally located barbecue and children's play area. There's also a flexible common use space designated to host events, celebrations, and neighborhood mixers. And then adjacent to the site, we have improvements to an underutilized landscape peninsula along Victoria Place to enhance its appearance and functionality for residents and visitors. The project incorporates contemporary design features, including modern elements such as large windows, a mixture of exterior building materials. The units fronting the internal private streets carry over materials from the street-facing elevations. So as part of the master plan, the project complies with the following development standards. I would point to the council's attention, the footnotes. That basically gives you a roadmap of what the development standards comply with. The project does comply with the city's landscaping requirements by proposing over 16,000 square feet of landscape area. A minimum of 82 trees are required. The project proposes 87. Also, there are 695 shrubs that are proposed, exceeding the 656 shrubs required. So this table shows the deviations proposed for the project. As you may recall, because this is a condominium project, it qualifies as a residential common interest development, which comes with its own development standards. In addition, the applicant is proposing this residential incentive overlay. This means that the project is subject to both the condominium standards and the overlay standards, some of which conflict with each other. So to address some of these conflicts, the applicant is requesting deviations related to some of these development standards. The city off-street parking standards require 150 total parking spaces for the project. The project proposes 103 spaces, resulting in 47 less spaces. The applicant is also requesting a deviation to allow garages measuring 19 feet 6 inches wide by 20 feet long, as listed in the deviation table. So what is a deviation? A deviation is a built-in tool in the zoning code that allows a project to adjust development standards like height or setbacks if it goes through the master plan process. It's a formal process that must meet the following 3 findings. First, the change must help the project better align with the general plan. Second, it has to result in a high-quality design that's compatible with the neighborhood. And third, it can't cause any harm to the public health, safety, or nearby properties. A draft mitigated negative declaration was prepared in accordance with CEQA. Public review period was held in April, and the document includes mitigation measures for topics such as transportation, cultural resources, and hazards. The final M&D package includes responses to public comments, minor corrections, and a monitoring program to ensure mitigation compliance. So although staff recommended that the Planning Commission recommend approval of the project, the Planning Commission ultimately voted to recommend denial of the project. The City Council, as the final decision-making body, retains full discretion to approve or deny the project. So the City Council has a couple options for action on the proposed project. Should the council wish to approve the project and adopt the M&D as proposed, staff has prepared findings and draft resolutions to support the rezone, master plan, and tentative track map. The City Council may also choose to approve the project with specific modifications. In such case, staff would revise the associated findings and conditions of approval to reflect the council's direction. The city has prepared the appropriate resolutions and ordinance for each of these options, so depending on how the City Council wishes to proceed. This concludes staff presentation. Staff, the applicant, and the environmental consultant are available for any questions. Also, the applicant has prepared a presentation as well.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. What we'll do is we'll bring the applicant up to do their presentation. Once that is done, then we'll, if the council has some questions of either staff or the applicant, we'll entertain those. Then we'll open it up for public comment. Then the applicant, if there's anything to rebut following the public comment, we'll hold the hearing open for them to do that, and then we'll close it and get a motion. So the floor is the applicant's at this time. Oh, hold on one second.
Sorry.
You got it.
Mr. Mayor and council members, good evening. My name is Don Lamb. Some of you may know me, most don't, but I sat in that chair for 23 years as your Deputy City Manager and Development Services Director from 1986 to 2009, so this is my home. I went on from here and I made the mistake of trying to be a city manager of Westminster, and after 2 years, I retired and my wife was much happier and life has been good. But in my retirement years, many people have found me and said that, you know, Costa Mesa has such great customer service and you seem to understand the world of government. Would you help us and represent it? So I'm not a lobbyist. That's why I didn't contact any of you. I spoke to the mayor just for protocol to be certain. Some cities expect the applicant to contact, you don't, and that made it, quite frankly, a lot easier on me rather than having 6 individual meetings. I'd like to, first of all, compliment your staff. Extraordinary customer service here in Costa Mesa. This applicant, Tony Wida, who owns the property, has been into this project for almost 2 years now. He had the vision of consolidating these properties together. He came to your council meeting last August for your general plan screening. He's felt very good about it. He has had staff changes, however, during this period of time. Former Development Services Director moved on. You hired an excellent lady, Carrie Taw, extraordinarily skilled, I can tell you. And I am the judge of that. Victor Mendez is doing a very, very good job. Of course, Raja in Public Works. And my sister up there, Kim Barlow, I always have to say hello. So you have a great staff in this city, and I'm very proud to be here and work with them. This particular project, though, I was not involved when I went to the Planning Commission. And I received a phone call afterwards, and Mr. Wida, known him, and he said, can you help? Can you explain to me why was the Planning Commission somewhat conflicted on this, and why are there these concerns? This is a housing project. It's extraordinary quality. You know, take a look. So when I first glanced at this, I probably had the same reaction as the commission. It's a very complicated set of regulations for a very simple project. This is simply a very nice 44-unit condominium project on property that really needs to be recycled or redeveloped. But you have to look at a base commercial zoning, residential common interest regulations for condominiums, and then the new residential incentive overlay zone. So you have these 3 layers. The residential incentive overlay zone or district is the key one to all of this project. It is the one that says, hey, there are some properties in this city that are not perfect, that we'd really like to see something done, but the city doesn't wish to be involved. Taxpayers can't be involved, but we need to provide some incentive to get the private world to come out and buy the properties and propose something that makes sense. So under that, the process is called a master plan. Not many people really thought about what is a master plan. The master plan process is basically where an applicant can create just about whatever they wish, they think is good, well-serving to the city, and submit it. In your ordinance, you refer to deviations. I don't like the word. It really should be alternatives, because deviations are really more of a variance. These are not variances. And I think the commission and others have said, well, there are 9 variances here. These deviations are not good. In reality, these deviations are good because it's the incentive that this applicant needs to financially be able to build this project and provide these new housing units. And that was, quite frankly, I think, the intent of this ordinance, to take these properties. And if I can, I'm going to skip 90% of the presentation because of the hours here. But again, Mr. Wida saw this property. We've all driven by it many times. It's the gateway to the city from the 55 freeway. And it has the little frontage road called Victoria Place. And I can see now why it's a perfect name for this. The frontage road gives a boundary to the traffic on Victoria. But on the weekends, you see 55 freeway to westbound Victoria. That is the gateway to Huntington Beach. So this is one of the gateways to the city. These 3 properties took him a long time to acquire. He had to pay top price. So he has proposed a project that both fits here, is a great asset to the city, but financially makes sense so he can actually go forward and build this. So very quickly, I will run through some of the ground level. This is what you see today. Unfortunately, somehow in all this, it didn't come through as color. This project would eliminate the overhead wires. It would have a beautiful residential project on the left side. The land at the bottom of the screen is the peninsula that's sticking out that the council looked at last summer. I believe, and I've looked at all the videos, that Councilmember Reynolds, you had requested this be a landscape kind of peninsula out in the street, and we have it. All the recommendations that were made last summer that could be done have been done. This is the same view looking back towards the west. This street is almost perfect again. It gives a little bit of a boundary from all the traffic on Victoria. Eliminates some of these older buildings. He was not able to purchase all the properties. If he could, he would have. But this should help at least incentivize maybe some of the adjoining pieces. The colors come through fairly well here, but really talking quickly about this. The deviations are development standards. They are small. Most of them are insignificant, except the greatest one's probably parking. But I'm going to jump right into those because that seemed to be the greater emphasis of the Planning Commission to say, well, here are all the things that are wrong with this project, and we have some concerns. But I think they also had the feeling that we want to approve it. So instead, I'm going to talk a little bit more about the project here. The site plan really tells 90% of it. From your council study session last year, there was a greater interest in having a common area for meetings and so forth, lunch and barbecue. So now, and there isn't a pointer that can work on a video screen, but now we have the common area with barbecues. There's a children's play area. The site plan is designed in a very efficient manner with the 2 entry gates. The entry gates allow people to go to each of their unit garages and back out the same way, but the common area at the north, or we call the flex area, does provide emergency vehicle backup and turnaround for fire trucks, but also for the sanitation trucks. They've insisted that that be at that location because they will not go further than the 2 homes to the north. The elevations really start getting into the fact that these are 3-story. Now, they're very, very good design. I've represented most recently major home builders. I did a project in Torrance for Lennar Homes of 260 units. These units are equal, if not better, in design. They're a very, very extraordinary floor plan, but you have such a compressed piece of property here. Some of the incentives that are needed, again, they're called deviations, but alternatives. Your codes in one of the 3, and I'm going to go so fast here, requires 20-foot side yard setbacks. So when you look at this top screen, rather than having 5 feet, which is in the common interest code, the overlay district has 20 feet. Why would you need 20 feet side on both sides of this property when you really want to spread the buildings out and there's really no purpose for them? The heights of these buildings, again, there's 3 stories are allowed in the overlay district, but not in the condominium code. So there are all these conflicts. So one code says you can, one says you can't. And I think that's why all this gravitated through the staff, and after a year of going through the mitigated negative declaration of likes, they said this is a good project and they recommended approval. And I want to emphasize that. They've spent a year, they like the project, they think it works, but it's with the alternative ways that you can do this. And alternatives or deviations already occur in your city by your building official. Building officials have the power and the authority to approve alternative construction methods without coming to the Planning Commission or Council. This is the same under this overlay district. These are alternative development standards, but you still end up with a very high quality project. The front, again, I will speed it up because I know you're getting tired and lateness of hour, but we'll get a little bit further into it. This is the peninsula that sticks out that's now fully landscaped. This is city property. Mr. Wida has volunteered to landscape this. The homeowner association then will be responsible for its maintenance. It'll be a great difference. And the landscape treatment has the full 20-foot setback. It's a gated community in both gates. Both are entry and exit gates. The one particular deviation talks about the fact that the code wants 10 feet of landscaping along the sides of this driveway. It has to be 10 feet total. It can be 7 and 3, 5 and 5. I work on condominium design projects for a living in many cities. I haven't seen that in years. What you have, though, are landscape pockets. You can see them down the sides of the driveways. So between the garage doors, there are landscape pockets and vines up the wall, but there aren't full-length parkways of landscaping. I'm not even sure how you would build it to a degree when you have all the driveways and the common area for folks to enjoy. This gets into the improvement from last year, the covered barbecue area. This is all new that City Council requested. So you have a gathering place on site, a common gathering place, because this project meets the open space requirement of all 3 code sections, except it does not meet the common area percentage of that. So we've improved the quality of the common area percentage, but the private half or portion of it still is the fact that each of these units has a balcony and a rooftop deck. So I'd like to talk right here. This gets us right specifically into the unit design. This discussion really didn't occur at the Planning Commission, but why I really like this, why it's an extraordinary nice home for Costa Mesa. These are shown as large units in the 2,000 range. They're actually down in the low 2,000 when you take out the 400 square feet for the garage. The garage was included in the floor space. The floor area ratio for this property was shown by the codes to be a maximum of, 0.75, and the project is at 1.43, I believe. That floor area ratio requirement is based on the underlying commercial zone. Why would you still have the commercial zone floor area ratio rise up through to the residential? So these particular conflicts, again, Mr. Wida, architect, did a great job. They've designed this to the marketplace what occurs today. This is a very high quality plan that's done by many developers, many home builders. The ground floor, what I really like about this and why it's so different, these are paired buildings. These are not rows of 4, 6, or 8 condominiums attached together, which I see all over. These are actually just paired. 2, and the front units across Victoria Place are single buildings. So this shows you the single that's along the street. The ground level has a doorway off the side of the house. A lot of the projects have the front doors off the driveway next to the garage. So on the ground floor, you have the garage, and you have, what we're showing here is an office. These are not live work that you've been forced to go through for years that was invented back in my time. This office is really multi-purpose, but it's really for this new generation that likes this particular style. What's occurred and why this is so popular, Mr. Wida's kids are a good example. They are late 30s. Husband, his son, is in marketing and sales, and he works from home half the time, a hybrid lifestyle. What's really a hot seller now in the condominium marketplace is to have this home office. So he can work there part of the day. His wife is a nurse at Hogue. She comes and goes. When you have a baby, it allows them to use this office. One works there, the other rotates through. The baby can be upstairs on the 3rd floor and with a baby intercom, or down here, but it has a neat little private backyard. You do not see that in other condominium projects. There's a back door that goes out. Each condominium has a private backyard. That took away from that common open space. So the open space is still there, but each owner actually gets this little backyard area so a child can go out the door and play there while dad's working on his office space. But it still is an extraordinary plan because you can come in the side, you can go up the stairs, you can go through the office or into the garage. One of the questions that occurred in the last council meeting in August was, well, these garages, they are only 19 feet 5 inches wide. The code says 20 by 20. We're talking, 6 inches. 6 inches is insignificant when you talk about the cars that these younger generation than me, since I'm the oldest in the room, what they drive. I have an old Chevrolet Suburban, and I went and measured it. Chevrolet Suburban is 18 feet 4 inches long. These garages still can accommodate a Chevrolet Suburban. The width is 6.5 feet. An Audi is down at 6 feet and less. At 19.5 feet wide, you still have plenty of room for about every car out there that the younger generation than me would drive. And then the question came up, where did the trash cans go? These projects, I know you can't legally say it, every one of the trash cans are going to be in the garage in front of the car just inside that door. I see it in all the projects throughout the cities. They do not put them outside. They're unsightly. People don't want the trash cans outside. Why aren't they on the plan? Because city regulations, every city says 20-foot length, unobstructed. If we put trash cans on there, we don't comply. But as soon as it's built, everybody puts their trash cans there. It's just known in the industry. They don't have water heater and forced air units in the garages either. Where are they? This particular model design, when you go up to the rooftop, which is the bottom left screen, has the deck, but it also has the stairwell penthouse that comes up to the deck, but it has an equipment room up there where this all-electric home, and these are all electric, no CO emission, clean energy. Edison Company, in fact, will not allow natural gas to be brought in. It's something different in the regulations than I've seen. These are heat pump powered. So the penthouse on the roof has the heat pump, which is the air conditioning, the heating, and the electric water heating. None of that's in the garage like we used to see in the old days. The other particular deviations, and I'll just quickly see if I can find them. Again, the property, this is the duplex unit or the paired. All of these units, what I really like as well, this townhome condominium, they have only one common wall. So at the most in this project you would ever have is one common wall with your neighbor. You have 3 walls of windows. This is really rare. You have some of these projects with the freestanding homes, but to get this in, and this is a density of only 22 units per acre, your zoning allows 30 homes per acre. So it's well below the maximum density. The garage is only 6 feet too narrow. The driveway doesn't have all the landscape. And the open space, again, I explained, all the open space can comply if we got rid of the backyard fencing, but the buyers really want that. This is a market-driven design that's happening these days, and not all the city zoning codes keep up with this. I work in many, many different cities. The one standard in particular, I want to get to, besides the side yard setback, the 2 problems that I think some of the commissioners were really hung up on was the parking between these homes. This parking spaces are 8.5 feet. There's 10 feet here. City has a regulation that says when you have a parking space between 2 walls, you need an extra foot on each side. So again, these spaces between these homes are 6 inches too narrow. So the spaces between the homes are 6 inches too narrow. That's a deviation under all this code, or an alternative. And the parking space in the garage is 6 inches too narrow. So collectively, these deviations are really insignificant in the real world of construction and what people want. The last one I'll really quickly talk about, I'm trying to go fast for your benefit. I apologize. I normally have a really long presentation. I was asked to speed it up, so I'm doing my best. The last is the total parking. And I'm sure many people look at that and said, oh my gosh, you need 150 parking spaces. You only have 100 and, I don't know, what is the number again? Maybe Victor can help me here. Total number of spaces, 103 or whatever. In the marketplace right now, every condominium project, 3-story like this or 2-story, throughout Southern California is a double-car garage. And then they have open parking spaces that are used for guest and third cars of owners if they have them. The buyers nowadays have their 2 cars, they're nice quality because these are dual income families to even be able to afford one of these. They don't keep the cars from 5 generations back parked on the street. They'll know here they can't park on the street. There really is very little, if any, out on the Victoria Place, a few spaces across the street. So this is parked at little over 2.5 spaces per unit. That is the standard on several other of your projects approved recently in this city. It's the standard I see in almost every city across the county. 2.5 spaces is the marketplace for this particular design. If you put more spaces like this code's requiring, besides losing homes, what do you have? Just a bunch more cars parked on the property. So it's kind of a reverse. In the old days, and I know my buddy Jay Humphrey used to always come up and say, there aren't enough parking spaces here, and there are going to be cars all over the place. Well, it's kind of reverse. If you don't put the parking spaces, there aren't going to be cars all over the place. And that's what we're seeing in these new projects. If you go right down the street on Superior Avenue to the beach, you take Superior down to River, you turn right, West Newport, you will see almost the same design condominium as freestanding homes down there. They have 2-car garages, 1-car garages, no open parking. People street park. People at the beach get used to it. They're used to that lifestyle because they buy into it. The same in these types of homes. It's something that the buyer is aware of. They like it. They like the fact they have this office. They can save $1,000 to $2,000 a month in childcare by having a home office as a hybrid type of job share arrangement. So this really meets the newer trend. I'm an old guy. Would my wife and I buy one of these? Yeah, we might. When I reach the point I get fed up of doing the yard work and everything else, this has a low HOA dues of under $200. So it's really a very, very nice project. And I don't say this because I don't work for everybody who comes in the door. But when Mr. Wida came to me after the Planning Commission hearing, and I saw the design, since I specialize in urban design of residential, I said, these are extraordinary floor plans. I really do like them. And the roof deck in particular, and the shielded penthouse that keeps the equipment even hidden further from a sound deadening outside. The typical roof deck, again, these are virtual, but roof decks are very popular here in Costa Mesa on the south end of town. This same house just sold practically down on the beach. I got a flyer on it this week that I follow, almost $10 million. So 2.5 miles away, this house would sell for 2.5 if it was detached. Up here, this is the low to mid 1 million range, which sounds like a lot, but this is what homes in College Park and East Side are all approaching anyway. So at this point in time, I'd like to switch into very quickly, we have a virtual reality video, and then I will sit down and shut up. And I couldn't resist with this video. The first time I've ever had one for a project. I've always wanted to do this. So if you can sit through this real quickly, I will be quiet and answer all your questions, and thank you so much. So Victor's probably going to have to use his cursor to bring it up at the bottom. And turn up that volume. So thank you very much. I am happy to answer any question, and I'm very happy to be back home here in Costa Mesa.
Back home in Costa Mesa, that's the song, I think. There's Danny Krikorian did a song, Sweet Home Costa Mesa. Or can you use Costa Mesa Home Sweet Home or something like that. Anyway, you can look it up on Spotify. Who has questions for, Lauren, I'm sorry, Councilmember Gameros.
That's okay. Thank
You have
you.
the floor.
So, do you have an affordable element in this project?
Affordable being a mandatory lower price, the answer is no. And if I can explain why, because I've worked on many, many projects. In my opinion, affordable home ownership, new sales, is almost a disservice to the buyer. It works for apartments. It does not work in home ownership. And to try to cut it as short as I can, the reason being, there are 50-year covenants put on the purchase price. So when the purchase price is discounted almost 60%, it creates animosity between the owners to start with. People pay differential in property taxes, and everybody knows what. But as most people want to own a home, they also want appreciation. That's what they're looking for. In the affordable ownership homes, it is capped at this CPI almost every year. So if a home goes up, say, $300,000 in 5 years, the person with the affordable unit is suppressed, will only be up less than $100,000. So they end up paying over a period of time more for their living expense than they would have by staying in a rental unit. And so what happens, and it's been seen in Huntington Beach quite a bit, is people who bought because they had a 15% requirement there for years, when they found that they were very frustrated people such as this, because you try to sell, escrow catches it, it's recorded on title, title won't issue insurance, you can't get a mortgage. So there's a requalification every time you try to sell a for sale product. Huntington Beach, people finally got fed up, moved out, and they rented out the units at market rate. And the cities didn't find out about it. And it's just like in Los Angeles, they're having a severe problem up there because the under-market rentals up there, people are moving out, renting them, sub-renting illegally. The apartment projects throughout Orange County work better at imposing affordable rents, or the way other cities do it that works well, quite frankly, is rather than impose a requirement of, say, 10 or 20% on these projects, is you charge an affordable housing fee, an in lieu fee. Irvine does this quite well. They collect the fees. When they have enough money, they put out a request for proposal to affordable builders, and there are 4 good ones in this county. And then the affordable builder buys the land and builds and gets state funding at 4% interest. So they get loans for these long-term affordable apartment projects. It's a really good process in Orange County. For ownership housing, I haven't seen it work many places very well at all. But sorry for the long answer, but that's what I see in reality out there.
You had me at no.
But I just wanted people to realize that I get that question all the time. I've not seen a way it can be done yet.
So you mentioned renting. Are the homeowners going to have the ability to rent these homes out?
The answer is yes, sir. In California, you cannot discriminate about a person who owns a home, whether they live in it or rent in it. The CCNRs, they can try to restrict it, but you get into federal violations doing that. You can prohibit short-term rental. So you can make that a condition of approval in the CCNRs. That's been held up. But otherwise, renting, no. It's just like any neighborhood.
So this neighborhood is going to have an HOA?
Yes. Common interest subdivisions all have HOAs and the governing board and their association fees that pay for all the common area that guarantees your quality.
So what's to prevent the buyers of these homes from forming an HOA that renters have no say in when they live there?
Well, renters technically don't have any say, but I don't know how to answer that really. Most buyers in this marketplace are buying for their own occupancy because it's almost impossible to get a loan for home ownership if you don't own or occupy. you sign guarantees for at least the first year, unless they're cash buyers. But 90% of the projects I've seen, 90% of the buyers are intending to live there. Maybe 10% are speculators. They have cash and they buy it and rent them. That's the best I can answer for you.
So nothing then. Okay. On slide 15, there were 150 spaces that were required. You guys are proposing 103, including, it says 98 and 5. Can you explain to me what 98 and 5 means? I know it says guest spaces, but are these 98 garage spaces with 5 guest parking for the whole neighborhood?
No, it's 80 garage spaces, 40 condominiums, 2 garage spaces, 80 garage spaces. All of the balance are outdoor. Staff has indicated some of them as guest for their calculations, but they're all open to the HOA doing what they wish, either guest spaces, assigning, whatever. Projects like this, they generally stay open for use by everybody because you're doing 2.5 spaces per unit, so it's a sharing process.
Okay, I have one more question. Just give me a second so I can get to that slide.
Okay.
Slide 11. Here we have an elevation view here of the proposed building. And I heard you say that there's no street parking. Is that correct?
On Victoria Place, there's no street parking directly in front of this, this elevation, but on the opposite side of the street is the Jiffy Lube. There is parking along that curb, so that would be the south side of Victoria Place.
So would the residents have the ability to park in front of their units if they so wished? Would they have a driveway long enough that they could, pull their car up there and have a third car in front of their garage door? The image here, the West Street, whatever it is, the westerly view of the elevation view on slide 11 shows a truck and a little sedan or something.
Oh,
so
yes, at the bottom. The
is that
parking
just
space,
for illustration and it doesn't really count, or are they going to be able to park there?
the parking spaces between the buildings have that dark look because that's the fence beyond. But if you look to the right of that pickup, you'll see a car in that space. So every one of those are the open parking spaces throughout the project. So there's one open space between every building all the way around it.
So are they able to park in front of their garage?
Not in front to parallel park, no. Those driveways are 25 feet wide from
So
door
then
to door.
the picture here, don't use that as literal.
But yes, you're correct. It's just like a car driving through or something.
Thank you. That's all I have. You can
Okay.
go to the next person. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, by the way.
Oh, well,
Okay.
thank you.
Anybody else? Councilman Reynolds?
Yeah, thank you. I'll start with a few questions. I'm interested in if there's any public comment as well. Okay, so 87 trees is what I saw on the slide. I've been trying to find the 87 trees. Can you show me how you're fitting 87 trees on this property?
Maybe the staff can help me. It's a combination of on-site and out front and onto the peninsula, but I think Victor has the count, unless our architect, Richard Finkel, do you have any idea the total number?
Hold on.
Okay.
Excuse me.
And I'll
If you're gonna speak, you need to come up to the microphone.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked.
No, it's okay. He's welcome to come up to the microphone. It's
Victor's
we can't hear,
smarter.
the public can't hear you from the audience.
Right. Victor's smarter. He has the staff report where they dug into all the numbers. I just trust that he counted them correctly, that's all.
And even locationally, I mean, it's not like I'm counting 80 and I can't find 3. I only see trees in your images in that front part, and so I don't. Are there trees anywhere else on the property?
I'm sorry, Victor wants to take it.
Yeah, I can answer it. So you'll see some in the landscape peninsula that's been revitalized. There's a few trees there. And then along the first 4 units that are facing Victoria Place, right along the frontage, you see just a row of trees there. Then we have some scattered along the common use or the flexible use space towards the rear of the property, and also towards the rear of the property, there's more trees in front of the parking spaces. So the bulk of the trees are going to be fronting the units along Victoria Place.
And in this image that you have on the screen, I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So I'm struggling with how we get from 13 to 87. And I'm seeing this image actually on the right side of the figure where you have the table, it says shrub count. Right below that, there's an image listed of trees, which looks like a potted bush. Is that, we're counting that as a tree?
So to address your concern, there is a condition of approval that the applicant will require to submit a landscaping plan to ensure all our development standards for landscaping are meet our standards.
Okay. Do our standards, or are our standards for trees that a certain height or that they provide a certain shade cover?
They're typically the type and the number of trees. So the type basically also talks about the canopy.
Okay. And this image that I pointed to, do you know which one I'm referring to, right under the block that says shrub count? Does we count that as a tree?
The shrubs? No, just.
It says tree. There's a vertical column of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks, and it's called trees. And the first one is a.
I believe
don't know, I would-
believe it's showing a premature tree before it's full grown.
That's interesting. Okay. Interesting. So you're telling me that that on this map on the left, there's 87 of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 varieties on the right.
Correct.
Okay. And so of course I see them at the bottom of the figure fronting Victoria Place. You pointed at that sort of drive aisle for emergency vehicles. I see 10 there. And then maybe a few tucked away at the very northern edge of the property. Are those all the locations of 87 trees?
May I?
Yes, please.
Okay. For brevity in this whole presentation, a lot of these plans are not the technical plans, so that is a graphic site plan that has representative numbers of trees. The technical version of the site plan, of the landscape plan, is in the construction set that comes into staff. But if you go back into the requirements section, it says 82 trees required, of 15-gallon tree or larger. Proposed 87, but they're 24-inch box and 36-inch box. So the final landscape plan, the technical one that comes into the city, will have them much better placed than our artist who put the figures here. But 24-inch is more than double or triple the price and size of a 15-gallon. So we're going way above the minimum standard of 15-gallon trees and using 24-inch and 36-inch box are very mature trees. So, and I apologize again, a lot of these graphics, we tried to simplify and make it easier to see the site plan and not flood 20 more slides of technical.
Sure, I appreciate that. And I'm not actually trying to count 87. It just struck me that it doesn't reflect that high a number.
No, that's a good observation.
But what I think you are confirming is that there's only kind of really 3 locations for trees on the site plan. I'm trying to picture where trees can actually grow given the video that you shared, right? It just doesn't seem like there's space for trees, and I'm trying to understand, how this space would feel on a 95-degree summer day, an 80-degree summer day.
Yeah.
And look, right?
With 40 condominiums and 87 trees, that's basically 2 trees per condominium. It can probably be in the open area between the car space and the yards. It could be that the builder decides to put them also down the backyards. all along the property lines, because they may be private backyards, but they're going to end up being landscaped one way or another, either by the builder or the homeowner will put in turf or grass, whatever, if they have a pet, and they're going to plant. So that's what's unusual about this project. They get the benefit of their own little private yard where they'll have landscape. So these trees, the commitment of 87, there will be 87 because it becomes part of this public hearing, and the staff won't sign off on building finals until they're there.
Yeah, for a follow-up for staff, I'm interested in what we count as trees in the future.
We'll make it 90 trees if you would like. How's that?
Well, no, I'm just trying to understand, again, the green space piece. So one of the deviations that really jumped out at me was the common use open space. And I appreciate you referenced some of my comments in the general plan screening. One of them was about common use open space. We've had some similar developments to this where I know and I think others have really emphasized, like, where does the community get together to gather? I think open space is important for a variety of reasons. So my math is that we're 5,600 square feet shy of common open space, of the required common open space. So there's quite a bit less than we would normally require. Understanding that this map is not perfect technically, as you described earlier, it's still, I'll just say it sort of looks stark, right, in terms of trees and open space. Either the applicant or staff, can you give me a sense of how much 5,000 square feet is on this site? Like, is that
May I
the space
address?
the unit takes? Please, yes.
To help Victor out here, if you back up and think about it for a second, the project's total open space complies with code. So the total is there, but then you have sub-requirement for common versus private. We have a much higher private amount than common because we have all of these backyards fenced.
Yeah, I'm going to interrupt you because common is important to me.
Okay, so if we took the fences out.
That's how you create community, right? Is
Right.
creating spaces where people can come together. So I'm asking specifically about the deficiency in common open space. I want to understand what that deficiency looks like in terms of this map. Give me a sense of how much 5,600 square feet is.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I would
Go
say
ahead, Victor.
it would be approximately that landscape peninsula area, including the area that is, just that landscape peninsula area and maybe a portion of that first unit.
Okay, that makes sense if given the numbers. So that helps me sort of visualize. That's probably the size of 2 units. More than one, maybe a little
Give
less
or
than
take.
2. Yeah. Okay. Were there any iterations in your plan where you did meet the common space? Like, were there adjustments that you could make in the plan that did meet the minimum common open space requirements?
No, at no time have we met it with this design with these private yards. It was increased since your hearing last year by creating these 2 open areas, the flex space, which is to the north, that's the open dual use, and then the common area as well, where you have the play area and the barbecues. We added in the peninsula as part of the project, but it's not counted in the open space as well. So that peninsula area, if we had credit for the money spent on that, that really becomes a lot more of the common area because it can be used by people to take their dogs out there and exercise and so forth. So we've been trying to balance it, but if you are looking for one area where there's barbecue, swimming pool, whatever, no, we don't meet it and just can't get there.
Okay, and that drive aisle, that is considered common open space?
The drive aisle is not counted in the common open, or the flex space that goes across, if that's what you're,
yeah.
that has not been counted in it, but we're using it as such, but it has to count for vehicle access for the fire trucks, sanitation, but anybody who lives there is not going to drive through there because they're going to go straight out their driveways. They have a gate. So it is there, it's to be used. That's what we showed children on it and so forth.
Okay. Thank you for explaining that. If we can go to that peninsula, I don't know, you have an image that focuses on the design for the peninsula. One of my, I think it looks really beautiful. One of my concerns, though, when I see it, and maybe it's just the first slide.
There we go.
Oh, I'm still Oh, yes, that's not, okay. Yeah, so I think this looks great. I have two concerns that come to mind, and I'm curious if there's been discussion on how to address them. One is that there's really no protection between the vehicle lane and like that little kid with their hands on her hips, right? Like, and there's just too many instances where, a wayward or distracted driver, so on, runs right through. So was there any discussion about some kind of physical barrier protecting this community gathering space, play space from the vehicle lane?
From a standpoint of vehicle safety, that's difficult. To put up a barrier or barricade, it can be done. What many people do in the landscape world is they put plants and rocks. So the rocks become the barrier and they're part of the landscaping. But since this is all city property and there's going to be a use agreement that the city allows the homeowner association to use this and maintain it, the only other way to go way beyond this and fence it, whatever else would be, the city vacates that property back to the HOA, and then the HOA can fence it, put barriers or whatever else. But right now, it's public property. I'll have to defer to the liability folks here in the room because I don't know what the city would allow for barricades or, bollards would be too ugly, but boulders are probably the closest that are used.
Yeah, and it reminds me of, maybe I'll ask staff to pull back from their memories. It reminds me of some of the discussions we had related to Ketchum-Leibelt Park, which has a similar park fronting.
Sure, know it well.
Also Victoria, right?
Yes.
So, so that beautiful picture. I see a lot of trees here, but I'm very concerned about that, not having strong barriers preventing a wayward vehicle. I wonder also if maybe a protected bike lane, physical barriers separating the bike lane from the vehicle lane could provide that support too. My second comment on this image was, again, protecting people walking on the sidewalk from the vehicles. In this area, I would much prefer a landscaped buffer between the vehicle aisle and the sidewalk. Some kind of barrier, I think, is important there.
And we're very open to any condition of approval if you wish to suggest or recommend. The vehicle to the right is actually coming to a stop as well, since that's where you stop to make your left or right onto Victoria Street. But I totally understand your concerns.
He's probably coming to a rolling stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But we'll do, if you have some ideas or your Public Works Department, put it back to whoever has some ideas, certainly. I mean, another thing is we could do a cast-in-place concrete type of 30-inch high wall. So maybe that can be behind the landscaping right in back of the sidewalk. So at least it gives a physical barrier and then it's hidden with plants. Yeah. That would be about a 10-inch thick, 30-inch high wall that's curvilinear, follows the pattern of the walkway. Yeah. And that would be very protective out there.
You're suggesting on the outside of the walkway?
If you see the walkway and the purple-looking plants, but like the edge of the grass. If you put the barrier right along in there, 30-inch high, poured in place, and it followed the curve of the grass, and then you let your shrubs on the outside grow up, you wouldn't even really see it, but it's a barrier.
Yeah.
30 inches will work.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. It doesn't address the safety of people walking along the sidewalk. So I'll ask staff to think about that.
Right, I was looking at the sidewalk behind and the back. I wasn't thinking about it at the street.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so another thing, a lot of the, I hope this is a problem that we can resolve separately, but it is a reality that, along this corridor, there are challenges with sort of loitering and trespassing in certain communities. So what would be your plan to manage this space and prevent that kind of behavior?
Well, it addresses one of the questions I think that the council asked last August, why are there gates on the community? And the security gates are really two-directional, be certain children stay in and animals, but then maybe people who shouldn't be in there don't enter. Out here in this area, it's if you put a bench, it's great, but does a bench encourage someone to spend the night? I don't really have the answer to that. I think it's a nice green space, and the best way is probably to just go ahead and build it and wait and see what happens. And
do we have for staff, and I'm sorry to interrupt, it's because,
okay.
because of the time, staff, are there conditions related to management of the site? So my understanding is this remains public property, but part of the condition is to, build and maintain the site. Are there conditions related to managing it in terms of preventing that loitering? Or does that become a responsibility of our team?
No, so the responsibility of maintaining that area would be the HOA. So there is a condition of approval addressing that.
Okay, okay.
But excuse me, but the agreement between the homeowner association and the city, you will definitely have your criteria in that agreement. Attorney Barlow, I'm sure, would put it in there that says, okay, the HOA must keep it maintained, the grass mowed, the tree trimmed, and so forth and so on, to ensure that you don't have a claim against you if there's an accident or a trip and fall. So there'll be protections there to some degree.
Okay. I have two more questions. One is on the architecture. So, and I am not an architect or a designer. What I can say is that I have a reaction on some of the visuals that it does feel a little bit stark. I think especially on the front side where it looks like there's just sort of straight walls that are all white. And so maybe a question for staff, are there design ideas to make that frontage feel a little bit less stark? I know in other projects like this, we've worked on, orienting the front of homes with patios to face the street. I can see why, that there might be challenges in this particular location. But yeah, that's a good visual just to... It just looks stark.
If I may address, we're happy to do any color changes you want, but I know probably you, like me, the hottest color scheme for everyone out there in homes, white stucco and black trim. Every new housing project, everybody wants that. But we can do any shades of colors. We can come back with earth tones, whatever, and give it to the staff. But we understand your comments, certainly.
It looks like, yeah, Director Tai has a comment.
Councilmember Reynolds, thank you. Yeah, in terms of the question about orienting architecture towards streets, one of the more typical ways that's done is that the end units facing the street will be turned forward, for example, so that the entryways and the larger openings, be it doors or fenestration, actually faces the street. And I think if we look at the floor plan, we'll see that the way the site plan's oriented, all of the units, what you're seeing from Victoria Place are the sides of a unit. And so just offering that up as a general comment that on a lot of other projects, the end units will be turned outward so that the front faces the street. Just wanted to offer that up.
Is that something that you would recommend here?
It's not necessarily a recommendation. It's just a solution that I've seen other projects exercise.
Yeah.
So wanted to offer that for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. And then the last question is sort of zooming out from this site a little bit. I'm recalling the general plan screening and some, I've heard some different opinions, like, is this site good for residential? It's kind of a strange site for residential. I understand those comments. When I look at the map and I think about proximity to different locations, it's actually, I think, an excellent site in terms of proximity. You've got not that far away a grocery store, not that far away a coffee shop. It's not a long walk or bike ride to get to the movie theater and lots of restaurants, but it's a very dangerous walk or bike ride to any location once you leave the actual site. And so did we look at any other off-site improvements, specifically this intersection with Newport Boulevard on either end? For example, if we know, folks want to get back and forth to the Stater Brothers or back and forth to, I think it's Ola Adios that's right around the corner. Did we look, do we have any off-site improvements to address those challenges?
The design of Victoria Place, I believe the ask was to make the street intersect with Victoria as close to perpendicular as possible, so it is a safe right turn westbound or a safe left turn eastbound if and when there's an opening with the traffic. But I also look at Victoria Place as a strong benefit, because if Jiffy Lube wasn't there, this project could be right out on the Victoria frontage. And instead, the Victoria Place really is a nice, quiet setback. And maybe someday Jiffy Lube gets changed out to a Starbucks or something. But Victoria Place actually is a 2-lane street. So you can come out of the project.
Yeah, and I'm
make it
going
left.
to just emphasize, I'm talking about someone leaving to walk or
to walk.
or be on a bike or a scooter, for example. We talked about the reduction in parking spaces and how we've seen that work in other areas, and I think that's largely worked in other areas because people are also using bikes or walking more.
Right.
There are similar developments with similar parking ratios on the west side, and there's a lot of walk-bike movement. And so I'm thinking of a family that gets out, wants to walk to the grocery store. Again, it's a 5-minute walk, but it's a dangerous walk. So have we looked at pedestrian or safe bicycle amenities in the immediate area outside the site? No.
If that's to me the applicant, the answer is no, that I wouldn't recommend walking over the freeway. It's just what it is. But that's up to staff.
Councilmember Reynolds, so that issue was brought up with Planning Commission. One was the intersection on Victoria Place and Newport Boulevard, and the other intersection on Victoria Place and Victoria Street. I think there were options or discussion of providing some sort of crosswalk if need be. However, I believe there was also a comment from Public Works that in the future they are looking to improve that area as well, and I'm not sure if they want to comment on the specifics of that.
Mr. Mayor, if I can. So, Councilor Reynolds, we have a project that's under design right now. That's the Newport frontage improvements, all the way from, we're designing from Bristol all the way to 19th Street. And it's a roadway rehab project, but as part of that, we are looking at improving active transportation in that area too. So where possible, we are actually doing some off-site bike trails on the north part of Newport Boulevard. As you go further south, we are trying to provide some buffered bike lanes or making sure that there's continuous bike lanes throughout the corridor. And even the pedestrian areas, we have opportunity with, for example, the cannabis funds. There are some cannabis stores in that area that allow for us to do some active transportation improvements. So we're using that funds also to make some benefits to walking and biking in that area.
In process?
Yes, it's in process. It's in design right now. We hope the design is done in the next 3 months, and we hope to get into construction early next year.
Okay. And I just want to go back to a comment that you just made, and I'm sorry, is it Mr. Lamb? Lamb. Okay, thank you. You said you would not walk, for example, to the grocery store. Would you walk anywhere from this site? Are we islanding people if they are not in a vehicle?
No, I mean, they're welcome to walk. It's just you walk across the freeway on that overcrossing. I don't know if there are bike lanes out there. If there are, that's great. Me personally, I don't like going over freeways, but if there's a bike lane or the outside lane is wide enough for bicycles, then certainly it would be safe because it's a signalized intersection both sides. So don't take my personal opinions wrong, and we're not trying to isolate it. It's just there's a freeway there, that's all. Mm-hmm. And yes, the grocery is across the street. Would a person bicycle over? Maybe. Then again, would they drive over? I'm too old to really answer what a young family would do.
You might be surprised. Some of our walkers and bikers are active.
I mountain
seniors.
bike.
Mr. Mayor, if I can.
Okay.
Councilmember Reynolds, actually on that bridge, there's a buffered bike lane, especially going towards Stater Brothers. So there is on both sides, there is bike lane as well as walkways too, as well as.
Okay. I did have one last question. If you go back to that first page or the image of the little parklet out front, the gates that you have into and out of the community, is there a sort of a separate pedestrian-only gate? I didn't see that in the images.
A left-hand only gate. There's pedestrian gates and vehicle gates, but when the cars come out.
A separate pedestrian and vehicle gate.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
There are pedestrian gates and vehicle gates.
Okay, great.
Yes.
I didn't see that in the images. Okay, thank you. Those are, you can move on.
Do any other council members have questions? Did you say, okay, I have just a couple. This is a Measure K site, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And maybe this is a question for staff. I drove on Victoria Street and I counted on the north side of Victoria Street the number of housing complexes, and I counted 13. Does that sound about right? I mean, 12, 13, 14, right about there, right?
Yes.
So it seemed to me with those 13, and I'm talking about from Newport to Harbor, 13 housing complexes. My dentist is there, Dr. Spitzer, by the way, if he's a great dentist. District attorney's cousin, by the way. Anyway, I digress. There's dentists, I think there's a law firm, a couple other things. But it seemed to me like the prevailing use of the land on the north side of Victoria is residential. Is that right? That's what it looked like to me.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. So so Measure K, prevailing use, and then I asked the clerk to took some photos. I visited there yesterday. I took some photos. I just want you to run through the photos and answer one question for me. One question at the end. Okay, so that's one photo. Go to the next one. Okay, this is the boatyard, right? Is that the boatyard?
Correct.
Okay, and that's what it looks like today, or at least yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Okay, go to the next one. Okay, go to the next one. Good, go to the next one. Okay, that's the Allied Light. That's there. Okay, go to the next one. Those are the utilities on the property, correct? Now, those will be underground, right? Correct, Mr. Lamb?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And go to the next one. Okay. Now, that's 234. I read in the staff report that that's been vacant for 5 years. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Go to the next one. And that's the same view. That same place has been vacant for 5 years, right?
Correct.
Okay. Any others?
That's
Okay. Do these photos accurately depict what is currently on the property? Yes, whoever.
Yes, it does.
Yes.
Yes, staff agrees, and so
2
does the
days ago,
applicant?
yes.
Yesterday.
Oh, yesterday, okay.
Yeah, thanks. Those are all my questions. Now let's open it up to public, and then the applicant, if there's any rebuttal, you can do that. Anybody from the public in the chambers wish to speak on this item? I don't see anybody coming up. How about on Zoom?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The first speaker is Mark.
Mark, you have the floor.
Good evening, Council. Mark Fuchsovich, resident of Costa Mesa, calling in from beautiful Sacramento, California. I just wanted to speak and take a position I don't usually take on housing projects. I wanted to urge caution and opposition to this project, which is incredibly rare for me. I'm incredibly pro-housing. I think we are in a massive, massive deficit of housing within the SoCal region. And I think that's actually part of the reason for my opposition. This is a measure case site that I think has quite a lot of potential, that I really am excited for the city to frankly upzone and do something better with. But right now, I think the applicant is using a hodgepodge of our existing standards to, get to the result that we see here. Which, in my opinion, I think there's some laudable aspects to the project, it's like some of the ownership standards. But in general, I think this seems like at a pretty inefficient use of the land, a pretty overparked project for the amount of housing that's being produced, and ultimately, I think just sustains that just terrible channelized intersection that we have there with that road next to the Jiffy Lube. I honestly think that's just like one of the worst planned parts of Costa Mesa. And so, while I'm not generally in a position to be opposing housing, because generally you could call being pro housing part of my fundamental personality, I would ask the city to reconsider and join, I think, Planning Commission's thoughtful rejection of this project. I align my comments with Planning Commissioner Martinez's comments, where there was a struggle in his view, as well as Planning Commissioner Harlan's comments as well. And while there was a struggle in deciding their opinion on this, I think ultimately they made the right choice. And ultimately, what I would like is for the city of Costa Mesa to upzone this parcel and this lot in the coming coming months and years, to do that through our rezoning, and for the applicant to come back with something that both I think is more ripe and fit for the city of Costa Mesa in in 2026 or 2025. And also potentially do so in a way that they can also make a lot more money at the same time. But I don't love this project for Costa Mesa. I think it's bad circulation. I think it's inefficient land use. I don't think it gets us the units we need for the urban form cost. And having not examined the project thoroughly since it was at Planning Commission, that is the extent of my comments. I appreciate your guys' hearing me out.
Thank you, Mark. Anybody else?
Cynthia, please.
Cynthia, you have the floor.
Well, good evening again. Cynthia McDonald, Costa Mesa resident. This project is what happens when a city has no vision. There's no clear expectation for either the public or the developer, no ideal to conform to that reflects what the city and the public would like to see built in the future. The general plan becomes a worthless document, and developers contort the city regulations and do backflips to try to cram in one more unit to bump up their profits. The project is in a weird location that isn't currently suitable for housing. The services nearby are an ancient market and liquor store. They're only accessible by crossing Newport Boulevard, and you'd be taking your life in your hands to walk or bike there in the daytime and at night. It's just nuts. That buffered bike lane, it's only on one side of the bridge. The other side doesn't have a buffered bike lane. This is spot zoning. It's too dense. It has way too many deviations and exceptions, just one after another. And they aren't insignificant, because the sacrifice of common open space with no park in sight doesn't do anything for these poor residents. The Planning Commission got it right. This one needs to be rethought. I'm glad to hear the commencement of the visioning associated with rezoning under Measure K in the housing element. I hope it gets better than what was done on Fairview Developmental Center, which was a bait and switch. You need to restore the faith in the council that was lost there. And I sat in the council chambers tonight and I looked at that slide that said the city wants to promote a safe, inclusive, vibrant community. Well, you need to do better. You need to do better on protecting the citizens and not allowing the threats and the hate speech that I continually heard tonight First Amendment rights mean nothing if you don't do something to protect the residents. Otherwise, nobody's going to be interested in living here, but certainly not in this project. It's just wrong. Thanks.
No further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
All right, before we close public comment, does the applicant wish to respond to the two public commenters? Briefly, obviously.
Briefly. Yes, Mr. Mayor. The first gentleman, hodgepodge isn't really appropriate wording or description. This is a very well-planned project. A lot of time and effort has got in it. This applicant is almost 2 years into this property. It took him 6 months to buy it by the time he even came to the city council. So he believed greatly in the city of Costa Mesa. He invested in it. He came to you. He's worked with the staff. He's worked very hard. And I can tell you that, again, this product is exactly what's being built just about everywhere, except this is a finer version of it. Talks about it being a terrible intersection. What do? I mean, this site is a usable site. It's not a good site to have another boat storage, or what do you want there? Self-storage? That's about what it would be. So it is perfect for housing. It matches up with the street. And Ms. McDonald talks about city has no vision. Well, you have an excellent general plan. You know what you're doing. You created this incentive ordinance, you put it out there, and people are using these incentives to remodel and rebuild the city down in the South End and elsewhere. So in our opinion, I have great respect for anyone who takes the time to stay up and, and comment, but we have a really good project, and we just really ask that all the city council members embrace this and approve it tonight. So thank you very much.
Close public comment. I'm going to make a motion to approve the project with the findings set forth on pages 26 through 28 of the staff report. Do I get a second?
Yeah, I second, but I would like to entertain a couple of friendly amendments
Sure.
from the council before we move forward.
Sure.
And I would like to start with the first one, and I'm probably not going to word it correctly, but just give me a second. We were talking about that little frontage area where there's no guardrail for the children to play. We need to figure out how to put something up there so that cars don't run them over. And I don't think boulders are going to cut it, so I think we need to consider some sort of a little ballast barrier wall or something, or barrier wall up there.
Okay. Is that acceptable to the applicant? Yes, they say yes from the audience. That's fine for the movement. Me.
I'm sorry, can you restate that? I missed.
He wants some type of a barrier, like bollards or a wall or something.
No bollards; those
Not
are
bollards.
ugly. No rocks, because that's not going to serve the purpose. I can't find the slide, but just bear with me for 1 second. I'll get to it.
Can I suggest a condition? Can I suggest?
Please take
to
off
have-
on it.
Yeah,
Yes.
suggest a condition to create physical protections separating the vehicle aisle from the sidewalk and park area.
Yeah, slide 6.
Yeah, I'm on it. I see it. Yeah, that's fine with the movement. What about the second? Did you hear what she just said?
Yes, and that's what I was trying to find and
Okay.
say.
Good. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Any other friendly amendments? Then I can speak to the motion. Okay, and if you have any, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I may ask for someone else to help with language on this, but, and maybe this is, well, I'll just describe. So I'd be interested in exploring that orientation, or at least sort of architectural adjustments to sort of mimic that orientation towards the street, so that the, I'm thinking of Director Ty's comments, so that the sort of view from the street is not looking at a solid sidewall. It's looking at what looks like more like a residential community.
Is that acceptable to the applicant? The applicant says it's acceptable, it's fine for the movement. What about second? Yes. Okay, good. All right, now I'd like to speak to the motion and not to foreclose any other amendments if you guys want to do it. I just want to speak to the motion. So I appreciate, by the way, both amendments are excellent. And, you know, I think that this area is quite frankly blighted. It's a commercial. I really appreciated and read with fascination the part of the staff report that talked about the history, the chronology of this site. I thought that was very insightful. And it's been in this condition for 33 years. A section of it, as was pointed out with the photos, has been vacant for 5 years. It's doesn't look good at all, doesn't really serve anything. I mean, no offense to the people that store their boats there, but it's exactly completely on point with the language that we had in Measure K that we all fought so hard to get passed to change a kind of outdated land use into housing. Now, could it be better? I mean, I don't know, but when I think of all the benefits, they clearly outweigh any details about 6 inches here, 6 inches there. We're going to underground. It's going to be a huge improvement when we drive by. As I said, I consider that a blighted place. The area, all the utilities above ground is unsightly. It's an unsightly place, and it's going to be beautified. And it's also, let's face it, this is a residential street. It's a residential street. It's a residential neighborhood. And as for where people walk or take their scooters or whatever, I'm doing a thing now where I'm doing a lot of steps. I'm up to almost 10,000 steps today. It's pretty easy. You know what's going to be right down the street is Trader Joe's. Right down the street. You can take your scooter down to Trader Joe's, take your bike down to Trader Joe's, walk down to Trader Joe's. What can be a better destination than Trader Joe's? So I appreciate the investment. It took a long time to pull together these properties. The other thing is, just for me, I think that if, you know, you were responsive to what we said in August, and I just think it's just not fair play, wouldn't be fair play on behalf of the council. I'm not speaking to the Planning Commission because they didn't screen this, but it wouldn't be fair play, in my opinion, to lay some other objection on you that we didn't express in August. Now, of course, obviously that does not apply to Councilmember Bewley and Pettis, who were not here at the time. But for the rest of us, I think it's like, to a certain extent, just my opinion, speak now or forever hold your peace. And I thought that you did a really good job of incorporating. There's no palm trees, you know. There's places that people are going to make friends, and maybe they won't make friends. Nobody's going to host Thanksgiving there. I get it. They're going to go someplace else. There's not enough parking for Thanksgiving. I probably would not buy a house here. It's not my bag, because we like to have 40 people over for Thanksgiving. But that's okay. You have a market. I hope you serve it well. That's the basis of my motion.
Mayor.
Hold on one second. Councilmember Gameros, do you wish to be heard?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, I have another thing that's come to mind thinking about similar communities. So this gate, one challenge a community in the area has is they actually don't have a gate, which is one of the trespassing challenges. When they talked about putting a gate in, there was a question about how that gate is controlled, which is important when there are like Amazon deliveries or Instacart deliveries or so on. So can you describe the plan for that? Is that a remote access control so that it's easy for those deliveries to get in and out? Because there was concerns about potential queuing while you're waiting for that gate to open. If that queuing ever came out onto Newport Boulevard, that could be a big challenge.
So you can come up to the microphone. Technically, the,
And maybe what I would just ask for staff, if there's not an answer to that, I would ask for staff how we can sort of condition to make sure that there's a solution for that.
So from my understanding from last planning commission meeting, the remote clicker to access to the site has different programming, meaning that if you click it, it has different type speeds that you want the gate to open. So 1 might be the slowest, 3 might be the fastest speed to get in and out of the site. And there is sufficient queuing if someone is parked, so they wouldn't be impeding into Victoria Place for just one car.
And actually, as I think about it more, people aren't home when their Amazon delivery shows up. So how does that work? How does Amazon delivery work?
I would punt that to the applicant. But
Do you have an answer for that?
we'll reopen the hearing to get an answer.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. And these are like real scenarios that are happening in other similar communities actually in this area, so.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm
Thank you.
Tony Wida, the owner. I have a partner, but yeah, typically on these gates, you always have, even delivery services will have their own access codes. So every homeowner will know that whether they gave it out to one of their friends, family, that this code gets entered into the access box, which would be out front, then they'll know that came in through for their address. So a delivery service will have their own code. Same as, it's not like a gated where there's a guard gated community, but it'll only be accessed by that, like an Amazon or a FedEx. They'll have their own code to access the community. And pedestrian gates will also have the same similar codes that'll be tied to the houses.
Keypad.
Okay, and I don't know if this is Director Seth Rahman or the planning team, is that queuing space in front of the gate long enough that like an Amazon delivery truck or a FedEx delivery truck would not be blocking the sidewalk while it's queuing?
That's what it's set up for fire also, for fire access.
yeah, it's efficient.
Yes.
And that's conditioned?
Right, and the fire department has knockbox on all their gates,
It's
which is an access for them.
Yeah, it's not specifically conditioned, but it's part of the site plan design for it to accommodate those vehicle sizes.
As a requirement?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, good. Let's call for the question.
Mayor?
Yeah.
Just a quick clarification. There are several actions associated with this, and those are on the screen, and I just want to make sure your motion encompasses all of the actions as well as, in particular, the CEQA action. Thank you.
Yeah, whatever actions are required to approve the project is included in the motion. Right, second? Yeah. Got it. Okay.
Councilmember Reynolds, please. Okay, motion carries 7-0.
All right, congratulations. Thank you for your investment in Costa Mesa. Okay, let's go to our next item. New business item number 1.
Thank you. This is residential permit parking program for Cabrillo Street between Orange Avenue and Santa Ana Avenue, and presented by Mr. Martin, Transportation Services Manager.
All right, good evening. My name is Paul Martin. I'm the Transportation Services Manager. Given the time, I can keep this pretty concise for you. In the city, we have our residential permit parking program. And based on citizen requests, we will do an evaluation. So on Cabrillo Street between Orange and Santa Ana Avenue, we had a request from a resident along the corridor. City staff did an evaluation to take a look at the volume of cars parked on the street and in the off-street parking areas. The demand was high. This is one street off of 17th Street, so we do see a lot of car parking in the area. It's a mixture of residential and commercial uses, and the next step in the process is for residents to sign a petition. Greater than 50% sign the petition. At that point, we bring it to you, City Council, because this is a new parking zone in an area that hasn't had it before or recently. So that's why we're coming to council tonight. We're identifying that the residential permit parking would apply for what's shown on the screen in the green. There is commercial and institutional properties on the south side of Cabrillo that are not included. So it's only the residential segments and parcels along this stretch of the 2 blocks of Cabrillo. So with that, the action is really to approve this upon, if council says yes, we actually would then begin selling the permits to the residents that live along the street at the rate that's identified in our permit program. As long as greater than 50% purchase the permits, then the program goes into effect at that point. So with that, I'm available for questions.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Councilman Ramar.
Thank you. Was the part of Cabrillo to the east of Santa Avenue considered?
It was not.
Is that just because the residents didn't request it? The residents that requested happened to be on this side of Santa Ana?
That's right. The roadway, this graphic doesn't exactly show it, but Cabrillo Street east of Santa Ana Avenue is discontinuous. So there's a gap. I know there was a resident that asked about Cabrillo east of here, but it's effectively 2 blocks away, and Cabrillo is discontinuous.
But is the part of Cabrillo east of Santa Ana eligible for a residential permit parking? So it's really just a question of if they want it, now they need to go get the petition signed.
Go through the process,
okay.
Yes.
And there's nothing about the action tonight that would preclude them from being eligible in any way?
No.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, so question about, we didn't have a lot of detail about when the current ongoing parking impacts occur. I've been trying to think about how to, maybe minimize the potential negative impact on the businesses on 17th Street. If this did curtail parking for retail shopping, is doing a sort of a mixed solution of having, permit parking required for evenings, like a 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. I've seen that in other similar areas, not in Costa Mesa. Is that an option, and would that address the concerns that you heard from the residents?
We're not so sure it would apply in this case because the feedback from the residents is the parking demand is high on the street day and night. So it's not strictly just based on when the businesses are in operation. So we anticipate the need is really there to prioritize the residents being able to park. There are places in the city, and I think a little bit of history of some time restricted permit parking.
Right.
But the majority of the city, is my understanding, is not that way, that the residential permit program is 24/7.
Okay. And remind me how our program works if, let's say, 2 years from now, we find that there's a lot of open parking spaces on this street, and we hear from businesses that there are parking challenges. Is there any action we can take at that point, or is there any annual or every 2 or 3 years follow-up, or once it's permit parking, it's permit parking?
I'd have to double check with the permit program if there was some process for removal.
Okay.
I don't know, Director, if you.
Sorry, I didn't look that up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Reynolds, City Council always has authority to modify as it sees fit. So if there is such a need, then we can definitely come back, depending on your request to agendize that.
Okay, that would have to be a proactive action. We don't do a regular review of areas. That makes sense.
Yes, it's not done, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Just a quick question.
Hold on one second. Touch screen to restore. Oh, I got it. Yes, Councilmember Bewley.
And just informational, this is my first permit. The 50% adoption, is there a time frame on whether you have to hit that number and then this approval lapses, or how, well, what's the time frame they have to get to that 50% number?
We did attach the item to the staff report, but going off memory, the purchase, I do feel like there's a purchase requirement, roughly 4 months, I want to say. I'm going off memory, but I believe that's in the policy document.
That's it. I just have a really quick question. So it's my first rodeo too, Councilmember Bewley. I think this is the first time one of these has come in front of the city council. So we've had this permit parking program, the Triple P, for a long time. So how come this one came to us?
Yes. So the policy was revised in 2022. There was a history of a residential permit program before that. So in areas where there already was a permit program, they are legacied and we don't need to come back to city council for those. Is they go through the process, then it's not effectively new because of that grandfathering or legacy.
Thank you. Okay, let's open it up to the public. Nobody coming up? Anybody on Zoom?
Yes, Stevens, please.
Stevens, what a beautiful name.
Hello?
Yes, hi, we can hear you now.
Okay, perfect. My name is Steve Braz. Thanks for hanging in there. It's been a long night. My family owns a restaurant on Cabrillo Street towards Newport Boulevard. And Cabrillo Street is not as easy as the standard rollout of the RPP programs for the fairgrounds and the OCC. You can't take the standard program, and I don't think there's been any consideration about how this is different, Cabrillo, and utilize it here. You have contiguous commercial properties and churches mixed in on the same street. Simply stated, residents will have exclusive use of public streets. Business owners, churches, will not be able to park on the adjacent RPP areas, although residents can park in the unrestricted commercial area. Furthermore, if they don't want to buy a parking pass, or if they want to park their oversized vehicle, they will have to park in the unrestricted commercial area. The commercial landowners will be shut out. The effect of the this RPP, is that occupancy will reduce from 80% to 24% per Dixon, the city's consultant, if some of you might remember, and an automatic 1,000 foot radius expansion of the program will extend very close to Newport Boulevard in an area that is also mixed residential and commercial, and the commercial properties will similarly be shut out down by Newport Boulevard. At a time when Cabrillo is starting to get unique and upgraded, I think some policies could turn that around. The ordinance states that the intention is to provide equity for residents, visitors, and businesses, not just residents. The only thing that the mindset now is residents. Do residents have a complaint? Do residents need more parking? So I think we need to change the mindset and do what the actual ordinance says: residents, visitors, and businesses. Since Dixon suggested that the program should evolve over time, now is the time we should consider the 4 following recommendations. I think Ms. Reynolds actually commented on one of these. Allow commercial owners the same opportunity to buy annual permits to increase occupancy from 24% and to create equity. So let those commercial owners buy some annual permits. Let commercial owners paint 2-hour parking. Visitors and residents can still park in these spots. Number 3, don't approve the automatic extension of additional 1,000 feet at the flip of a light switch, since this isn't the typical area analyzed by Dixon. Please remove this automatic extension of 1,000 feet, at least towards Newport Boulevard, where you've got commercial and residential mixed in, where you would shut out the commercial properties. Roll out the shared parking program that was proposed by Dixon, that are available to us due to the license plate monitoring system. Maybe some conditional permits can be sold for commercial employees while occupancy is at 24% from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., for example. Let's get creative there. These 4 recommendations will create some equity for visitors and businesses. Honorable council members, I know you are very busy on very pressing items right now. All this is very important also.
Excuse me, that's 3 minutes. So, okay, anybody else on Zoom? Okay, close public comment. So this is the 200 block, right? So what about the 100 block is where businesses are? Can people still park without parking permits on the 100 block?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we've got a motion by Councilmember Mar. What's your motion?
I'd like to move to approve the item.
Okay, and then seconded by Chavez.
Correct.
Any comment on your motion?
Yeah, I'll just say, I want to point out a few things. So one, I actually used to live on the east side of Santa Ana on Cabrillo, and was heavily impacted by the businesses on 17th Street, but also on Cabrillo. I mean, Grit Cycle and others are on Cabrillo. One of the things that you can sort of see from the image that was up previously is that a lot of those residences are triplexes with single car garages that, at the time I had a convertible Mini Cooper and that fit in the single family garage, but not a whole number of other cars actually fit in some of those single family garages or single car garages. It's late. And so, for many of the residents, it's really a question of like not having anywhere other than the street to park. I think one of the things we see in certainly my neighborhood in Mesa Del Mar is that people have their garages full of stuff and that's why they're parking on the street or parking out front. That's really just not even an option for a bunch of people who live on the east side. And so I'm glad this has made it through the process. I think one of the other reasons we haven't seen very many of these is because it's sometimes hard to get all of your neighbors to sign the petition and for everyone to agree this is what they want to do and to pay for permits. And so the fact that I know a couple of folks on Cabrillo have managed to get all of their neighbors together, have gotten that community buy-in. Now they still have to get everyone to buy parking permits, so the process is not done yet. But I think if this is what the community of residents in that neighborhood need, we should give it to them. And like I said, I know from personal experience that this is a little bit of a challenging place to live and park. I got blocked into my driveway by someone headed to work out at Grit Cycle more than once. That's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Chavez, you did the second. You want to speak?
I think Councilmember Mar encompassed the need very well.
All right.
I do have one friendly amendment, though.
Go ahead.
I should have asked this during the question period. So there's a couple sections on the south side of Cabrillo where it goes from church or commercial to residence to church and commercial. Would it be appropriate, Councilmember Mar, to add to your motion signage to dictate where the permit applies and where it doesn't on the south side?
I think that's already a portion of what the staff does, right? Yeah, that's included already.
Perfect, then we're good to go.
Okay.
Real quick, John, I just want to
course.
say that the engagement from the community was encouraging here. His name was Andrew, did a lot of communication with him, and he's really took ownership of it. So I just wanted to give, if you're listening, good job, community guys. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Let's call for the question.
I also have I was gonna ask for a 1-year review, but I'm not gonna make that ask. Because I think if there are additional challenges that arise from this, we'll hear that from the businesses. What I do want to encourage our staff to be creative about is looking at opportunities to implement 30-minute parking or 2-hour parking in the commercial areas so that we are encouraging that turnover. So if challenges arise, let's look at some of the creative parking solutions that we might be able to implement to alleviate that. Thank you.
All right. Call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right. Last item, new business item number 3. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
And this is the Randall Preserve discussion.
All right. I think Councilmember Reynolds, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Council. I know it's late. I wanted to bring this item to you all in part given our recent conversation about sharing updates from different committees that we're participating on. The Banning Ranch Randall Preserve project is some of us have described it as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's a pretty incredible thing to be a part of. It will impact Costa Mesa in certain ways, so I wanted to share an update on it based on interest, and also raise some concerns, ongoing issues, just elevate that so folks are aware. We are in also a public comment period in terms of the planning for the site. And so I wanted to create an opportunity to get direct counsel, either affirmation of some of the things I've highlighted or additional input or additional questions. So I'll be quick. I'm gonna, I shared a document because I did not provide slides. So I wanted to just, you guys to have some of my notes here written. I'll talk through it fairly quickly. So background for those of you who are not aware, Randall Preserve, once known as Banning Ranch, also known as Genga or Kenyaga, is the tribal name. 400 acres of former oil field, lots of work by lots of Costa Mesa people to be able to purchase that land with both private and public grants to turn it into a public park and preserve. Pretty incredible opportunity for our community. And staff are just showing some visuals so you know kind of where that is. Those grants have many specific requirements, so there's actually lots of different boxes that need to be checked in terms of planning the site and managing that site, from the biological resource protection, cultural resource protection, public access as well. MRCA is the agency that holds the deed. They're the lead agency in the planning process. They've created the Randall Preserve Advisory Committee, of which Costa Mesa has representation. I thank the mayor for appointing me to that, giving my interest and also impacts on my district. MRC has also been engaging with our staff and staff of Newport Beach on ongoing issues and then future planning issues related to enforcement and fire prevention and so on. Timeline, lots of people are very interested in this. So the land is still under control of the oil company. They are actively doing their remediation, cleanup of the oil field. That was originally expected to be complete in 2025, probably won't happen. That'll extend into 2026. But in parallel with that is the public process of creating the plans. For the general public, comments on those plans were due July 14th, but because we have a spot on that Randall Park Advisory Committee, we've got some extended time to provide official comments from the city. Okay, so timing, that advisory committee is meeting in July and September to discuss feedback on the plans, and is scheduled to make a final recommendation on the plans in October. What everyone's looking forward to is, when does the park open? The earliest estimate right now is fall 2027. That will probably get extended. If we can put figure 2 up there. I did want to just highlight some of the sort of high-level park plans. So MRCA does expect that this park will not be a 24/7 open or accessible park. It'll have hours of operation where you are not allowed to be in the park, and there will be security, probably like a 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. thing or a dawn to dusk thing. So it will be a park that's managed in terms of access and hours of operation. Their regular operations are to have a park ranger on site 24/7, and they would expect to have that here. There are many constraints, and so I just wanted to show the figure here. This gives an example of constraints in terms of where there are mitigation sites, that's the orange, where there is ESHA or environmentally sensitive habitat areas, that's the lighter green, where there's been identified wildlife, those are the dark dots. And then the circles, this is really interesting, those are all the capped oil wells. So there are lots of oil wells on the site, which creates constraints in terms of digging, because those oil wells are still there, they're just capped. Also, interestingly, I mentioned fall 2027 is the earliest potential opening. They're planning, though, a phased opening because of the size of the site and the amount of work they have to do. If you show figure 3 now, this was something that surprised me as well. Do we have figure 3 here? So when the park opens, the expectation is that actually just one looping trail opens. You can see, it's hard to, it's hard to point here, but there's a, off of that 17th Street marker, if you follow the trail in, there's a trail called First Loop. So that would actually be the only trail that opens when the park is initially opened. And then over time, they would add additional trails. Okay, so that was just the sort of background, some key facts. I want to share with you what I've listed as, I think, the relevant issues for Costa Mesa and what I would be representing for to the committee on issues for Costa Mesa. So first, site management. Now and in the future, this is actually something that's been an ongoing issue, and I think we have some residents here who want to speak to this issue as well. Just like we see at Fairview Park, just like we experience at Talbert, there's some real challenges with encampments that have created fires. There's trash created from that, other safety concerns. The fire concerns is even an elevated issue given the recent addition of these areas on the fire hazard severity zone maps. So major challenge there, and a big concern for residents who are near the park in terms of that fire threat. It's been a challenge in terms of maintaining because there's lots of different jurisdictions that are here. So that's something that lots of agencies are working on now, but we will be prioritizing in comments on the plan to make sure that there's clear solutions in terms of response and prevention and site management for all of these potential or ongoing hazards and nuisances. Access, so you see on the map here, the plan is that 17th Street, the end of 17th Street would be the main access point. That means that all vehicle access to this site would come through Costa Mesa. Folks in this area are concerned about what that means in terms of traffic volume and parking. The MRCA team right now doesn't have a number in terms of what they expect in terms of vehicles or number of people on site. So that's a high priority for us to get our heads around to understand whether that vehicle volume or parking volume would be something that would have impacts outside of the site, the park property, and potential negative impacts on the city. Access, so also, yeah, you'll see if we zoom out a little bit, other access points are down off PCH at Sunset Ridge Park, a potential access point at the Banning Channel Bikeway, and another potential access point at the top of the picture at Talbert Regional Park. You can't get to any of those by car, so lots of access probably by walking and bike. So we want to make sure that there's good routes, safe routes for people to access walking, biking, wayfinding signage in Costa Mesa. Owned property is going to be important so people know where they're going and don't wander around neighborhoods. Other parts of the neighborhoods, having a clear place for drop off from like our senior shuttle, for example, or our Let's Go Costa Mesa shuttle will be important. Transportation connections, this is something that I think is going to be a challenge, but I think is important for Costa Mesa residents. If we can look at the same figure here, there's been a lot of interest in how we get through this property to improve access from Costa Mesa to the beach. Given the constraints map that I shared earlier, there's some real challenges on where those trails can go. So we're looking at how to sort of solve that challenge of improving beach access. If it can't be on the site, are there opportunities just on the edges of the site to create those transportation connections that are safe for walking and biking? Public access and engagement. I think there's a lot of parallels with what we're talking about for Fairview Park here. Making sure that the information, engagement, educational materials are multilingual, that we're thinking about multi-generations, so amenities for kids, amenities for older adults. There's discussion about curriculums with Newport Mesa so that kids growing up in the area learn about all of the incredible amenities at the site. And then finally, we've had some discussions, and I'd like to make sure there's support for this, is really looking at opportunities for coordination and collaboration across the whole Santa Ana River corridor. So with Talbot Park, which is managed by the county, with Fairview Park, which is managed by the city, MRCA, Randall Preserve, managed by MRCA. These are all connected park spaces, all with different restrictions, kind of different personalities. But I think there'd be real value to our residents and visitors if there is coordination on public access, like maps, communication on which trails are open and which parks are open at different times, sort of consistency with the wayfinding across these parks, maybe some shared resources in terms of restoration efforts or park management efforts. So, for example, we're not creating our own nursery for Fairview Park, while these guys are creating their own nursery for Randall Preserve. Shared or collaboration on the tribal engagement, I think could be a good, not just cost-saving measure, but improve those government-to-government relationships. And then, of course, collaboration on grants. I think going after grants for the whole ecosystem could be really beneficial. So I just wanted to share with council and the public the things that I've identified as critical to Costa Mesa. Want to give an opportunity for anyone in the public to add to that, and then, of course, give an opportunity for council to ask any clarifying questions or add to that list. I recognize it's 11:30 at night.
Okay, why don't we see if the public wants to speak on this, and then, yes? Excuse me for a second. You
It's
got it.
available.
You're on.
You hear me? Yeah. Dr. Ken Smith. I live in the Parkview neighborhood, and you'll see what that represents in just a moment. While we're waiting for that to come up, though, I would like to mention that one of my associates who's supporting me here tonight told me that I'd be bored when I came to the meeting, and I want to let you know that if this is a boring meeting, I don't want to see your exciting ones. Number two, just to address one of the things that I heard here tonight. You know,
Excuse me, start the timer.
On the right side of this issue, meaning on the right wing side of it, I remember a story my father told me about when he was growing up in this country when he, just after World War I, and his experience was being beaten up every day after he came home from school because he was German. His name was Schmidt. And in those days, if you were German and World War I was an issue, obviously, these people persecuted you. So I'm going to advise the people here tonight who had said things to the effect of, this is our country, we own it, and it's for us only, that every one of you is an immigrant if you go back a couple of generations, and you'll find that you were persecuted in one way or another, just as these people are today. Please keep that in mind. Okay, so here comes the slides, and one more, yeah, the preceding one perhaps. Can I adjust it? There we go, thank you. Okay, we've heard about the Brandel Preserve. I think Arliss did a great job of explaining what we're here about, so I'll just go to the next slide. Thank you. I'm not sure how well you can see it, but this is the Randall Preserve area. That's my house in blue there, and right behind me and all around it is the Parkview Community Neighborhood. I am the captain of the neighborhood community Neighborhood Watch, and I'll explain why that's relevant in just a moment. Next slide. What you see here is the most recent edition of the Fire Hazard Security Map, and you'll find that the Costa Mesa neighborhood I'm referencing here is the yellow area at the very bottom. That means, of course, that we're now in a place for a variety of reasons, including insurance, that is going to be seriously affected by the problems I'm about to display for you if I have a chance to show it. Please, next slide. Okay, I mentioned the neighborhood watch. I think we can pass on. Just suffice to say, we all came together with the idea of trying to deal with serious issues of crime as well as otherwise. Now we're worried about fires. Here's a vantage point onto that area from our neighborhood. Next slide. And here you see evidence of the illegal camping that Arliss referenced a moment ago. The issue is security and securing that area to keep from other problems, including crime and certainly of fires. Next slide. Here you see one of the outcomes of illegal campfires that occur there. These happen regularly, and the increasing frequency of late has concerned everyone. Hence, the next slide. You see,
Mr. Mayor, can we give the gentleman another minute because we were messing with the slides? Also, he's been here for 6 hours.
Yeah, okay.
Thank
Give
you.
him another minute. No.
am I automatically, there we go. All right, very quickly then, here you see May 23rd of this year, and the result of one of those campfires getting out of hand. You can see my neighbor's fence here and how close within yards of her house it is. She's in her mid-80s. Her ability to escape if that fire comes this way, if the wind's blow that direction, is undoubtedly impossible. Next slide. So as a result of that, we approached Arliss, we approached Katrina Foley, and we've had some help. We've been able to clear out the area. And at the same time, I was motivated to start a petition, so you will see that the key aspects of it, if you can read the bottom sentences or so, is that basically we want to improve the securitization of the area with things such as cameras, drone flights, et cetera, that will help control return of the encampments. And that's the major problem, the return of the encampments. As a result of that, next slide, I had 44 signatures of all 44 houses that I approached. The point being, please, I don't want to leave it on too long because we're at people's personal information, but next slide and final one. What I'm trying to ask you tonight is, please help us deal with this problem. So the security issue is critical. Give us cameras, give us the support we need to keep the encampments from returning. That's the point.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. You get 1 minute.
That's fine.
Go ahead.
2 quick comments. I think that there should be easier access from 19th Street for bikes. That probably involves working with the county and maybe this property, using the utility right-of-way from Marina View Park, going straight down into the property. I don't know exactly whose land that is, but I think that would be nice to use that right-of-way for that. And then secondly, I just wanted to concur with Councilmember Reynolds' comments about coordination with the various other agencies. I think this is a great time for that coordination because it's the city doing the master plan for Fairview, it's the county doing the master plan for Talbot, it's MRCA doing the master plan for this site. So please do work together, especially during the planning process, and work city, county, this regional agency, work with whoever does the Santa Ana River Trail, OC Flood or OC Public Works, for a nice cohesive site that is going to be a great public open space under 1 minute.
You did it. You did it. Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, yes, Matt, you have the floor.
Hi, good evening. Just speaking as president of the Harbor Soaring Society. I just want to tell a very short story. I had the opportunity to meet Terry Welsh in 2024. I think John Stevens, the mayor, actually introduced us. And Terry told me a story, which I didn't know at the time, was back in the day when Terry was working to get Banning Ranch protected. He approached HSS. HSS members flew their airplanes. This was before DJI drones. So aerial photography was a lot harder to come by. They overflew the Banning Ranch area, working with Terry's organization. We're able to get photos of all of the area, specifically the vernal pools in that area. Terry's organization was able to provide those photos to U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and as Terry put it, it was a turning point in getting the regulatory agencies to recognize the value of Banning Ranch. I just want to mention this because HSS is extremely proud of our work to help keep these spaces open and protected. We've also worked with the Orange County River Park in the past to provide aerial photos, as well as the Huntington Beach Wetlands Conservancy. One quote from chair of the Huntington Beach Wetlands Conservancy at the time, Lenai Hayashi, was the level of sophistication and versatility of your aircraft is amazing, and the quality of the photography is outstanding. And they appreciate it, and again, we're just very proud of being part of the community and helping to keep these spaces open, including Fairview Park. Personal note, I'll just add that I also agree the accessibility and coordination would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, close public comment. I think there's no vote. Oh, there's somebody on Zoom?
Just raise the hand. Cynthia, please.
Cynthia, you have the floor.
Hey, good evening again. One thing I wanted to point out is that Banning Ranch would not be a park without CEQA. If we did not have the protections and the daylight that the California Environmental Quality Act gives to the public, we would not have seen the report by the developer that was completely false, ended up going into litigation. And, thank God for the Coastal Commission, another great, one of our oversight of things along the coast and natural things. We wouldn't be having this. So the daylight that CEQA throws on projects is critical to preserve, and it's under attack right now. And it's important that we do everything to preserve it. The other thing that I wanted to make note is that the burrowing owl was, of course, the main thing that was discovered on the ranch. But the documentation of the burrowing owl was not done by overhead photos. The documentation of the burrowing owl was done by one of our residents, Cindy Black. And without her, none of this would be happening right now. So, I give my thanks to her for all her years. She's now gone from us, but, she would have loved to have seen this whole preservation of that land come about. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. Yeah, may Cindy rest in peace. Anybody else on Zoom? All right, there's no vote on this, so I think we just adjourn the meeting.
Yeah, if I can just close up.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so thank you. Again, I did not want to represent the city position without council input. So one of the reasons I am bringing this here, I'll invite, if council members have any questions about the project or additional input or additional ideas, I think you can reach out to me directly on it. I want to make sure that we're encompassing any concerns or addressing any concerns or ideas. I'll also be just conferring with staff on anything that they've noticed in the plans as they review. And, if we need to bring anything to council, I don't anticipate we do, but just to address the ongoing issues, we have some really good engagement with Interim Chief LaPointe, Fire Chief Stefano. Supervisor Foley's office has been super helpful spearheading some of the ongoing enforcement and engagement with county agencies. We're gonna, I think, keep that going to make sure that we've got a plan that really works. I don't think we'll need to bring anything to council on that, but we'll assume council support on that active engagement to protect our residents' property from impacts on the site. So thank you for the time on this item.
I still think the appropriate thing to do is to move to receive and file it.
Receive and file. Yeah.
Yeah, I would just like to add, in terms of the fire concern, I think that's really important to address. It's something I've been looking into for Talbot and Fairview as well. There's some new technology related to infrared cameras and ways in which you are looking for heat signatures of things that might be happening. Some AI being used combined with other imaging. So I think it's an area to look into, again, jointly, if we could. This seems like the sort of thing that our state legislators could find funding for, especially if it covered a geographic area that was somewhat contiguous. So yeah, thank you for bringing this forward. I appreciate the opportunity to provide input.
Call for the question.
Councilmember, yes, motion carries 6-0.